was where Joe despaired. She came out and said right there, I prosecuted crooks like him. I know his type, I know what he likes. He's beyond creepy. Do you think we just fell out of a coconut tree? Hey, 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 coconut gang, who do you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell them, we will not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Epstein's plane, Doe 174, what you doing when cops come knocking on your door? Divorced 3 times, out of line, some say he even didn't pay his fines. Hey, hey, coconut gang, who do you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell him, we will not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Heart of the country, the people rejoice. Our vote will show our voice. Come November, women will remember this man threw away our rights. Hey, 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 coconut gang, who do you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell him, we will not go back. Hey, coconut gang, who do you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell him, we will not go back.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and what came before you. Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and what came before you. Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and what came before you. Can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and what came before you. Unburdened by what has been.
Who we can be.
Unburdened by what has been. Where we can be, unburdened by where we've been, and unburdened by where we are right now.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
Unburdened by what has been, believing in what can be.
Unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and what came.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
what can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be, what should be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and became.
See what can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be
Unburdened by what has been.
unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what has been.
Everything is in context.
Unburdened by what
My
has
mother
been.
she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut.
unburdened by what has been.
Unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be. Everything is in context.
What can be
My mother used to give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, "You think you just fell out of a coconut?" My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut? My mother used to give us a coconut. Everything is in context. You exist in the coconut in which you live and what came before you.
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
what can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What can be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Hello, everybody. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Howdy, 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 folks. Hello. Hi. Hello, Evil Nala. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Dr. Deletus. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, KVS. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Ethriel. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, Straw Hat Monty. Hello, Quiet Kutsune. Hello, Ada OK. Hello, Avalon of Babylon. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Somniostatic. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Straw Hat Monty. You got 2 out of me this time. Hello, Thistles for Eyes. Hello, Young Black Economist. Hello, Rhombus. Hello, Amir Alpaslan. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Samurai. Hello, Miranda V. Hello, Gwenifer. Always one of the first people in chat. Hello, folks. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Dragonfly. Hi, everybody. Love the shirt. Thank you. Woo. Be patient with dead domainers in chat. Our brains are thoroughly cooked from a 30-hour stream. No problemo. Did you hear about Elon's daughter roasting him on Threads? Yeah, I did. And cap lesbian attire? You know, I didn't make the color association until you brought it up. But no, just lesbian attire. Hello, I love flannel too. I used to wear a lot more. I didn't have a depression. Well, I did have depression hoodies, but I also had depression flannels. And now, like, the best thing about depression flannels is that later on they can be redeployed from your previous arsenal and they become, you know, like oversized, like, boyfriend flannels, or like they turn into like warm, cozy clothes or pajamas. Oh man, Gamer G, you just need to find the right flannel. Some of them are too thick and then they get itchy. Shadow Angel, thank you for the $10 super chat. Goodbye, Biden, and hello, Jack, our real president from the shadows. It's true. It was me all along, the shadow president. Wait, no. Nope, that wasn't me. I was not the shadow president. You can't pin war crimes on me. I'm too quick. Hello. I also have depression outfits. Hell yeah. Hey, Anthony Schuler. Whoo! You got her to confess. Our queen in yellow? Indeed. Shadow Prez Jack doing war crimes as a treat. Speaking of caffeine, Logan Paul Energy Drink Company Prime is being sued by the Olympic Committee, and it's funny. Really? Oh man, isn't Logan Paul also being sued over the whole, like they tried to do an NFT Pokemon game? Isn't he being like sued into oblivion over that? I don't know, Logan Paul seems like he's in a lot of trouble, man. You know what? I'm glad. I wake up every day, glad I'm not Logan Paul. You missed the outfit stream yesterday because I wasn't feeling well. I'm sorry to hear that, Amber Brains. But you're here now, and we're gonna be okay, baby. He's also suing CoffeeZilla. That seems like a poor choice on his part. All right, folks. We got a lot of stuff to cover today, and I thought maybe you all would enjoy about a minute and a half of JD Vance dealing with... You know, I gotta be honest, I don't know what he's dealing with here, but I think JD Vance has a problem. And you know what you do when you have a problem, folks?
The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
That's right, you call a crackhead. And what better crackhead to call when you're in Washington, D.C. and conservative than Don Jr.? And... man, my dramatic reveal was really undermined here.
Hello, Jack. our real president from the shadows.
My dramatic transition did not function. Here we nope, still wrong. Good job, me getting stream ready. Is it nope? Of course it's not that one. Let's the third door. There we go. It's Don Jr. Everybody. The joke still works. Cause hopefully I remember to edit out that part. If I didn't, it's Don Jr. Everybody.
Like there's some of them are like, we don't even want white women. Like it doesn't like we need to check like 3 or 4 boxes so you can end up in like if you're like a trans communist, this, that, and the other, like you too can be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company with no experience whatsoever. He's actually spent real time with them. Like, and he's sort of, I would say he's the blue-collar billionaire. And 15 years ago when I said it, people used to shit all over me. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you don't understand. And now they understand. What the borders are, wrote the article. It wasn't even like...
Guys, he's sweating profusely and talking faster than Ben Shapiro on a good day.
It was the same publication. It was the same journalist. I'm like, this you? Like, to literally save democracy, because it's literally at risk, JD. That's why I keep notion that, democracy is all things, but if the elite, meaning, Barack Obama, the Clintons, a couple billionaire donors be like, okay, this isn't working, we're gonna take everything we gave you.
Yeah, he's straight up, options. Guys, he's like straight up tweaking throughout this entire interview. Like, honestly, I'm surprised his handlers allowed him to go on camera.
We threw, RFK off the ticket. Yep. We basically tried to push anyone else from happening. So we gave you your only choice. You actually then chose that.
No, I did not increase the speed of this video. Maybe somebody else did, but if so, I am not aware of that. I believe that this is normal speed.
Person, and now America is not there. Now they're pretending, no, she's a moderate. They did the same thing with Joe Biden. He's going to be so moderate.
Actually, you know what? We can go check out. We can verify this. Let's see if some, the magic of editing was used to speed up Don Jr. in this post. Okay, triggered with Donald Trump Jr. I do have to ask, how was I completely unaware that Donald Trump Jr. was allowed to do a show? How did it take me this long until right now to know that Donald Trump Jr. has a show that we haven't been watching religiously because we should? Like, you're telling me this guy isn't like high as a kite on his streams? You're telling me this guy isn't like dropping like state secrets he bumbled into on stream? Are we sure? Are we sure that we have had somebody watching this to make sure he's not just verbatim reading all of our top secret files in numerical order? You don't look at Twitch chat as much, or I'd have told you. Wow. That's weirdly salty. Maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there. Maybe I have a lot of chats to look at, and I need to look at what other people are saying, or I'm just not talking about something that is applicable to your comment. Is Kamala shitty as fuck in Gaza or no? We're gonna be talking about it, Charlemagne, but don't worry, we'll be talking about it.
Dude's fucking wired.
True. Let's see here. Thank you for the $5 dono, by the way. Where? Oh, it's on Rumble, isn't it? Yeah. Rumble. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Can we just play back the last few seconds because
Okay.
Professional production right there. Let's go. That's not sarcasm, that's salt. I know the difference. All right, let's go.
Don't trust the IRS, just like we probably shouldn't trust just about JD Vance.
Okay. Let's see. I want to know, how does Donald Trump Jr. handle a podcast? JD Vance's face? Oh yeah, he just saw a couch. Like a real fluffy couch cushion. Let's see here. Hello, my name's Donald Trump Jr. and I couldn't even find any single artist who was willing to make me music, so I got some butt rock for the intro to my music. It's just butt rock, no lyrics. That's right.
Guys, welcome to another huge, with a capital Y, episode of Trigger. Tonight we have GOP Vice Presidential candidate JD Vance live here from the Lago. We are going to have a good time. There's so much to discuss. So much has changed in 2 weeks.
Pooh,
I'm even wearing
a white name is unburdened
No.
from what has been. Thanks for playing my song in the intro. Oh,
You're welcome, Gamer G, and thank you for getting Stoudman a sub. That's very kind of you.
Oh,
Oh, God.
Jack.
Yeah, he's high as a kite, guys.
a suit, which you don't get to see all that often, but it's pretty serious. So we'll go to JD in a second. Before we get there, I got to do the obligatory work, thanking our great sponsors, Tax Network USA. Check out tnusa.com/Don Jr. Don't trust the IRS, just like we probably shouldn't trust just about any three-letter agency in the U.S. government, but they are not your friends, and these guys can help you with any of your tax problems. Also, remember, guys, check out The Wellness Company, all of their assorted kits to help protect you and your families no matter what's going on in the world. Check out TWC, like The Wellness Company, twc.health/triggered, and grab everything that you need. Again, we got to support the guys that are willing to support programming like this. So like, share, subscribe, pass it on. And with that, now that we got the niceties out of the way, normally I drag that out much, much longer, but this is a big one, so we're going to have some fun with it.
Well, this
we have
simply will not do.
Vice Presidential
Very
candidate
knifey duck. Thank you
JD
for
Vance,
the very
happens to also
knifey
be my
sub.
good friend. What's going on, man?
Life has changed a lot.
How is
since
life?
the last time we. It's good. It's good. You know, I have a plane now that I get to fly around in
nice,
and go and campaign. That's nice.
I never
look,
got a
we're-
plane.
yeah.
I always got
Can we just like take a moment, like, bro, why are you look at their suits, man? Like, I don't know anything about fashion, guys, but I'm pretty sure that when you sit down in a chair, your suit isn't supposed to go up like 3/4 of the way up your shin. Okay, I'm not a suit expert. I'm not the suit guy on Twitter, but like, it looks like he's wearing a suit that was made for simultaneously someone that was much larger than him and also much shorter armed than him. Like, look at that. Look at his cuffs go down to like right here, guys. I just, like, I'm not a suit person. I'm just saying, these are two of the wealthiest people in the world. Two of the most influential people in the world. Neither of them is wearing a suit that fits. Yeah, like, Don Jr.'s sitting like, he's like thrusting his chest at the screen. At least he and I share that, I guess.
I was had to fly on my, Big Bird, as we called it, before it became Trump Force One. But
yeah, I mean, look, we're having a great time, and unlike the Senate campaign, this has become a bit of a family affair. So my wife's coming around with me a lot.
Also, no one told him that he had like a entire second head of hair bouncing around back there. Come on, what is this haircut, man?
We've been mostly doing fundraising. We've done a couple rallies. Everything's going well so far. I think people are really excited. We did a rally in Radford, Virginia, with like 1,000 people inside and 700 people who couldn't get in. So, look, it's going really well so far. Obviously, we now have this crazy switcheroo situation, which I'm sure we'll get to. But it's just such an honor to be on the ticket, and we're having a good time with it.
Okay, JD Vance speaking at a rapid yet normal pace. Let's see Dunn Jr.'s response.
Well, so Middletown, Ohio, that was the first rally, right? I mean, sold out crowd. VP doesn't usually do that. I think there's something special, hometown boy, but you've actually stayed true to those roots. I mean, I loved what you were talking about in your speech last week at the RNC. Talk about how that felt, going there as a kid from both Middletown and also Appalachia.
Yeah.
Now you're on the ticket with with a former president as a potential VP. I mean, that doesn't happen that often. That's pretty surreal.
No, it's an incredible testament to the country. So you asked about the Middletown rally. So first of all, if I can't sell out a rally in Middletown, Ohio, we've got problems, right? That was my attitude toward it.
Hey guys, we're gonna pack it up.
Maybe the president made a mistake
Please
here.
go vote on November, I guess. I don't know.
But no, it was great. I mean, we had, again, like 1,000 people inside, hundreds of people outside.
Sorry, they're, again, not like a film expert or anything.
Now you're on the ticket with with a former president as a potential VP. I mean, that doesn't happen that often. That's pretty surreal.
No, it's an incredible testament to the country. So again,
now I'm not like a film mastermind or anything, but there's something about the flat way in which they're shot here. And they're both like posed on these chairs in such a way, it feels like they're being like photoshopped on top of like a green screened background. Like that's what it feels like to me. This feels like it's green screened because they're sitting in such an awkward way. It's like they're not even supposed to be in this room. Yeah, it feels like a multi-level meta sketch.
Like 1,000 people inside, hundreds of people outside who couldn't get in. I went and obviously hung out and said hello beforehand. But look, I mean, this is my hometown, right? This is the place that formed me more than any other place in the country. And you know the story of Middletown, right? So Middletown was a place where the Middletown works of Armco Steel had 8,000 good middle-class jobs. A bunch of our leaders screwed up. Now and it's one of the lucky ones, right? Because it's still in operation. But that same facility now probably employs 2,500 people. So it's been hit by globalization, but the people are still the same, right? They're good people, they're honest, they're hardworking, and they're fundamentally like the people who actually made me who I was. So we just had a really good time. I mean, we joked with the crowd about donuts. Everybody has their favorite donut place in Middletown, whether it's Central Pastry or Milton's Donuts. And it felt like a homecoming because that's exactly what it was. I had one of my math teachers from high school who was in the crowd. It was just a very emotional thing for me. Very, very cool. And then we went from there to Radford, Virginia, which thanks to the plane is now possible. See, this is the crazy thing about a Senate race. People ask like, oh, is a Senate race is so much easier than a national race? And it's like, well, it takes 5 hours to get anywhere in a Senate race because you're driving everywhere, right? You can actually do multiple things at once, which is really cool.
No,
because you get to see
the thing is, it's not green screened. It just looks like it is because of how poorly it's shot.
And it also felt, again, a little bit like traveling my family's story because in Middletown, right, that's the town that really made me who I was. That's where I spent most of my time. But then in Radford, Virginia, we're not far from the Kentucky border.
Yeah, you're right there.
We're deep in the Appalachian Mountains. And again, to get that kind of crowd and that kind of enthusiasm, like obviously people love your dad. I think they're excited about me as VP, which is very humbling. But they're just excited about taking the country back, right? That is the cool thing is people are pissed off about how we've been governed. But it's not this like high level of...
I think perhaps it's why it resonated so well. It's like your story. And I mean, my dad's too, to an extent. My family's been blessed with the American dream, but it's a thing that so many Americans face, whether it's the crisis of poverty, whether it's the sort of exportation of your American dream abroad, and to the decimation of these small towns in Middle America, to addiction.
In Middle America,
you covered it all. Not many people are able to break through that sort of vicious cycle.
Sure.
What do you think you can do to help that? Because again, you hear about Tucker talks about it. We've lost more Americans to fentanyl than we did in.
Just like, what is happening with his spine here? Like he's doing the thing his dad does with his back. Like it's weird. Yeah, like. More than anything, the thing that convinces me that he's like just snorted a couple lines is his posture.
World War II, I always say we lose 2 Vietnams a year, and like no one even talks about it.
Right.
Like it's not even even your colleagues on our side.
He's
like,
throwing it back. Yeah.
So wait, 100,000 people a year to fentanyl, and it's like, I mean, it's insane.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think we can do about that? Because I think your message really resonates because you are those people. But you understand how to get out of it. You created businesses, you created success in everything that you did. What can we do to help those people get out of it? And how do we force Washington to actually pay attention?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Our leadership treats it almost as a statistical error. And that's 100,000 of our own citizens. That's an untold human disaster. That's a lot of parents who are growing up in orphaned households, right? Their parents have been taken from them. That's a lot of grandparents raising grandkids.
Camera angles are off. It's too downward. They look smaller than they are. Yeah.
You know, things worked out for me. I mean, I think every person's story is obviously different, Don. But you know, my story worked out because my grandma was tough as nails and she didn't take any bullshit, right? and I talked about her at the RNC speech, and I had no idea how people would react to some of these stories, right? Like I tell this story.
I'm very curious what's with this. This aggressive manspreading. Look, they both got to show each other their dicks, all right? This is the cis man in the wild, okay? Doing, you know, they you know, spread, examine for approximately 1 hour and 36 minutes and 56 seconds, and then that's enough to verify, you know, the condition. Yeah. It's the oh my god, it does look like he's just beelining. It does look like he's beelining right down to JD's junk. As a cishet man, I can confirm. I didn't try to do that, I swear. 2 men spreading their legs at each other 6 feet apart because they're not gay. Oh, is there some presentation code at the RNC who basically tells everyone they have to speak with their hands, and that in order to do it, you have to basically act like you're having a seizure every 3rd word? Yeah, apparently. Vance needs a better tailor. Vance looks like a little boy who has the world's shortest pants and also the world's biggest jacket. He looks so bad. And you know what? For having hundreds of millions of dollars more than JD Vance, Don Jr. also doesn't look that much better.
That my grandma, when she found out I was hanging out with a drug dealer in the neighborhood, she came up to me and said, JD, if you keep hanging out with this kid, I'm going to run him over with my car.
And that was not that was not hyperbole. That was not like,
what? Ha ha ha. That was not hyperbole. She was going to murder you. What the hell, man? What a cool mom. Yeah. Like, why are they laughing about that? Seriously, what? Why are they laughing? I want a guy with short pants and a long jacket. What every woman dreams of.
He's doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I actually believed that she would do it, and so I was like, all right, for this kid's sake, I'm never going to talk to this kid ever again. And there were all of these weird little moments where she kept me on the straight and narrow. Obviously, I made a lot of mistakes like any other kid, but she managed to sort of keep me rowing in the right direction, and life worked out for me, right? I enlisted in the Marine Corps, and then I went to law school. I started businesses, and started a family. We've got 3 little kids, and I just look back on my life and it's like...
Look, guys, all of you are making fun of the gold clock in the center of the screen, but I just view it as, a reminder, ever present, about the fact that eventually this podcast will be over.
Like, wow, things really worked out for me. And you feel this sense of gratitude, but then you also feel this sense of anger because it's not working out for a lot of people who are doing the right thing and are just getting screwed over by people in Washington, D.C. Like, let me give you an example. Okay, so my mom.
Nah, it's Don Jr.
Struggled with addiction. That's why my grandmother played such a big role in my early life. Mom, as I talked about at the convention, in January of next year, she will celebrate 10 years clean and sober. Like, an amazing, amazing thing, right? And my kids, I think about it from their perspective, they've only
JD Vance's eyeliner is probably stronger than mine right now.
known her as like the best grandma in the world. Like, what an incredible blessing to get that second chance. Okay, now go back 15 years when mom was really struggling. What if the poison that Joe Biden is letting come across this country today was coming across 15 years ago? I don't think I would have gotten a second chance with my mom. We're talking about 100,000 dead Americans every single year. It's that's 100.
Except it's flowing over the border into hospitals because we buy it legally and ship it in the United States. And also, like, the people smuggling it into the United States are overwhelmingly citizens already. They're not coming over the border illegally to do that, generally speaking.
100,000 second chances that families never get. That's 100,000 kids who are mourning their parents, actually more than 100,000 kids. And this is the fruits of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's policy failures, and nobody seems to care about it. I mean, we can sort of, get...
And nobody seems to care about it, which is why we've made it a center point in our campaign against him.
Pretty fired up here because all of a sudden, 4 days ago, Kamala Harris became the second.
But I appreciate you and your channel less than 3.
Oh, Mistress Lynn, I hope you. I mean, I don't know if it's zombie good, zombie bad. If it's zombie good, I hope it keeps zombieing. If it's zombie bad, I hope it stops shambling soon. But appreciate you. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Thank you for supporting the stream.
Second coming of Abraham Lincoln. She was the border czar. She was the person who
how
let
are they
this
getting
happen.
away with that? I literally have seen. I was fact-checked the other day for saying she owns the border crisis. I mean, I think it was USA Today. I call the people I call Meta. I was like, well, I was like, here's the quote. And then there's Axios. She wasn't. The reporter that said she wasn't the border czar wrote the article. It wasn't even like it was the same publication. It was the same journalist. I'm like, this you? Like, because here it says she's the border czar.
Yeah.
Like, it could. How do they get away with? No, because it was weird.
It's like something out of George Orwell. Somebody sends me a screenshot of a reporter saying Kamala Harris is the border czar 3 years later, and the exact same person saying she's no longer the border czar.
That was never the case.
What the hell are these people?
It's like they're going
doing?
back, like delete.
I know. It really is like something out of a science fiction novel.
What's sort of frustrating about it, now listen, I've dealt with fake news. My father's the guy that coined the term. It's been weaponized.
Wow. Finally something to be proud of. My father invented the term fake news. No one before him had ever considered the news fake before. He invented it, the term. Oh, boy.
Against him, it's been weaponized against me personally.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to watch all of this, guys. And we're not going to. I'm just kind of fascinated by this almost ethereal quality to this. There's an unreality to this interview that makes me continually expect a punchline. Like, both of these people are such caricatures that I keep expecting there to be I don't know, like a Steve Martin-esque appearance. I don't know, this is just bizarre.
Personally, our family. But what's really interesting is, for the first time in arguably decades, the last 3 weeks prior to Joe dropping out was the first time I've actually seen the media be somewhat honest.
Yes.
Somewhat introspective to be you know what? Maybe Joe's not the guy. And then you realize they give it to Kamala. All of a sudden, her record scrubs. She's no longer the most radical person in the Senate, even though she was literally dubbed that across the board by random agencies that check these things. That's not me saying it. That's their people. That's government saying it. That's whoever it may be. She's no longer the border czar. That's been clear. Every person in Congress has her as the border czar. They did that. She never visited the border. You see the clips of the reporters calling them out. And now they're back to full regime propaganda. They were honest for the first 3 weeks in modern history, and now they're back to doing the bidding of the Democrat Party. And it's frustrating, because it was you know what, it'd be nice if everyone could actually make a decision based on news and truth rather than sort of narrative that they've been manipulated into
Yeah.
believing.
Well, my attitude, Don, to put on my tinfoil hat here, is they were doing the bidding of the Democratic Party during the 3 weeks when they were honest.
Yeah.
But it was honesty in the service of getting Joe Biden out,
Correct.
right?
It was honesty in the service of getting Joe Biden out. Oh, wow. Yeah, they were honest about wanting him out by writing about how they wanted him out. That's crazy.
We have to remember here that for 3.5 years, the media and the Democratic Party lied about Joe Biden's fitness to serve. And it's not even, I mean, yes, him falling down the airplane stairs is embarrassing. Him flubbing an answer at a debate, that is embarrassing. What's scary
Patrick Lucas,
is when
thank you for
he's in
gifting a
room with
membership
world
over
leaders
on
and the cameras aren't
YouTube.
on, and who the hell knows what's been going on for the past 3.5 years? One person who knows is Kamala Harris. And she lied about it. And a lot of reporters knew about it, and they lied about it because they knew that if the American people knew the truth about Joe Biden, then President Trump would...
Man, they really have nothing on Kamala Harris. Like, absolutely nothing. Like, we're 15, 16 minutes into this podcast, right? And all they can talk about is Joe Biden. They're so stuck on Joe Biden, and whenever they talk about Kamala Harris, it's like, yeah, she was the border czar. And let's be honest, no one listening, no Republican ever to have existed knows what the border czar is. What does that mean? What does the border czar do? What exactly are the powers of the border czar? You know? No one knows. That's not a thing people know. That this is just like a weird buzz term. They do czarist stuff at the border, yeah. And so, like, if they had something, they would attack her on that. But instead, they're just border czar, and then move on, and go back to attacking Joe Biden. The majority of the time they've spent talking here has been talking about how, like, Joe Biden has secretly been controlled all along, Weekend at Bernie's style, except they're doing it unironically. This is pathetic stuff. Andrew S., thank you for being a member for 3 months. Hello. And Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $2 super chat. You know who Kamala is? The consent czar? True! Andrew S. with an additional 5 memberships over on YouTube. My God. YouTube is showing you guys up over on riverboat.gg, okay? I'm just telling it like it is, folks. YouTube killing it. YouTube thriving. YouTube clean skin, clear eyes. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, Kamala is the brat czar. Whoa. Just hopped off a call for of white women for Kamala. We raised, not a finalized number, over $2 million and had over 136,000 at our height on the Zoom call. That's really pretty incredible. I would say that white women for Kamala, I understand it, but the white part kind of gives me some bad vibes. But you know, my people scare me, okay? Nikki Haley is so mad. We never saw this energy for Hillary. No, not at all. My God. Hillary was like dead in the water, frankly. We should raise money for Kamala. We have been. Whew. White women scare me too. Yeah. My goodness. Anyway, let's be done. Let's be done with this. We can't possibly spend an hour and a half of our valuable lives going over this because it's going to be excruciating. All right. I wasn't going to focus on that. I just got real sidetracked to know if Don Jr. was actually that zooted. Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting a sub to Femboyo. I appreciate it. God damn, guys. Salmon Moose.
Bibble, bibble, bibble. Subs for the subs. Dogs for the dog gods.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Hot diggity damn!
How can we all have died at the same time?
Zooted like a 2 a.m. Iron Mouse stream? Wait, I don't know, I've never heard Iron Mouse. I've heard Iron Horse. It's a really good bluesgrass band that does some great covers of popular songs. I would recommend them. Anyway, I was a good girl and used my IPL today instead of putting it off. Hell yeah, Gamer G. She's a VTuber. Gotcha. Holy shit, Mobius! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs on Twitch! Goddamn, Twitch is in the running today. My god! Thank you so much. You guys! Twitch has joined the battle. Are we having a sub-off between chats? I guess so? You leave me out of this. This is your turf war, not mine. Where are most of the subs? Right now, I think YouTube is still ahead, but that's that could change. All right, folks, we got to talk about it. Now, I do have to apologize for my coverage the other day of Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress, okay? At various points throughout that stream, I said, fuck everybody in that room. And I do want to say, I need to retract those words. Those were uncharitable of me. They were rude. They were mean. They were hurtful. And so my correction is fuck everyone in that room except for Rashida Tlaib. All right? Except for this fine lady. All right? Only person in that room that did the right thing. The only other people associated with this body that did the right thing were the people who deliberately were not there. As Benjamin Netanyahu stood spewing lies in Congress to the applause of everyone present, there was one dissenter who stood up and held guilty of genocide up into the face of the man killing her people. And I, for one, that's brave. That is brave. Rashida Tlaib, incredible legislator. Tlaib needs to make a run for the chair of the Progressive Caucus. Yeah. She does not back down, and my God, do I have so much respect for her.
GG represent. GG.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Salmon Moose coming in hot with the donos. All right. With that correction made, we need to move on and talk about one of the big things in lefty politics world, okay, that happened today. And that is Kamala Harris put out a statement about a counter protest to Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's go over it, okay? We'll talk about it. I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of, and I've been seeing a lot of perspectives on this on social media. So let's just go over it. For immediate release, statement from Vice President Kamala Harris, July 25th, 2024. Yesterday at Union Station in Washington, D.C., we saw despicable acts of unpatriotic protesters and dangerous hate-fueled rhetoric. I condemn any individuals associating with the brutal terrorist organization Hamas, which has vowed to annihilate the state of Israel and kill Jews. Pro-Hamas graffiti and rhetoric is abhorrent, and we must not tolerate it in our nation. I condemn the burning of the American flag. That flag is a symbol of our highest ideals as a nation and represents the promise of America. It should never be desecrated in that way. I support the right to peacefully protest, but let's be clear. Anti-Semitism, hate, and violence of any kind have no place in our nation. Now, a lot of people saw this and got real upset. A lot of lefties, a lot of folks on the left like me, a lot of socialists, a lot of communists, etc. And you know, one, like, don't generalize these protests as if they are supporting the terrorist organization Hamas. You know, those protesters are there to get a ceasefire and to, you know, frankly, put an end to the slaughter of children. And burning the American flag is your right as an American. There is no more patriotic act than burning the American flag. You are exercising the utmost amount of freedom in this country when you do so. And I think that's pretty important. I value that. So those are my positions. However, a lot of people read this and were like, "Oh man, she's going against Gaza. She's turning on Gaza. She is, you know, she's going to weasel out of this. She's doing, you know, she's betrayed the left, etc., etc., etc." I don't read it as that. So I guess I'm just going to share my perspective on this. Like, why does this statement exist? Well, first and foremost, this is from her desk as vice president. And in that capacity, like, this is a very sensical statement to do as a VP. I think it also signals to her base that she's not going to be too far left without actually saying anything of substance. You know, as a vice president, as a presidential candidate, unfortunately, you can't just go out there and say, "Fuck yeah, I love burning the American flag. Fuck America. Fuck American imperialist crimes. You know, fuck American, like, you know, police boots." You know, you can't go out there and actually win the election. That would be pretty cool, though. I would like to see that. Someone should do that in a new election cycle. Anyway, this is not like I don't read this as a betrayal, frankly. Like, it doesn't even say that the protest, like, she condemns all of the protesters. Like, she's like, don't burn the flag, which, you know, as the vice president of the United States, makes sense that she would say that. And number two, like, hey, I condemn anyone associating with the terrorist organization, which I think is a very narrow, very tiny subset, like 0.00001% of the protesters, you know? Yeah, this is disappointing as a statement, but not at all surprising. Like, this is what you do in an election where you rely on a not insignificant number of people that want you to toe that line, or at least appear to toe that line, you know? Now, it's very, I think a lot of people jumped on this as like she didn't have to say this, blah, blah, blah. And like, I think that there is a difference between campaign Kamala and VP Kamala. And we're going to notice that disconnect here. But after this was put out, she also went and did a public statement about her meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. So let's watch that before we jump to any conclusions here.
Harris, the vice president, step up to the podium as she will discuss her meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's take you to the very beginning of these remarks here from the White House.
So I just had a frank and constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I told him that I will always ensure that Israel is able to defend itself, including from Iran and Iran-backed militias such as Hamas and Hezbollah. From when I was a young girl, collecting funds to plant trees for Israel, to my time in the United States Senate and now at the White House, I have had an unwavering commitment to the existence of the State of Israel, to its security, and to the people of Israel.
Now, I'm pausing here to say, wow, this doesn't seem like it's doing great. This doesn't seem like a great statement. Right now, the meter's leaning towards like, man, screw this lady. But let's hear her out.
I've said it many times, but it bears repeating. Israel has a right to defend itself, and how it does so matters. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization. On October 7, Hamas triggered this war when it massacred 1,200 innocent people, including 44 Americans. Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took 250 hostages. There are American citizens who remain captive in Gaza. Sagi Deko Hen, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, Idan Alexander, Keith Siegel, Omer Nutra, and the remains of American citizens Judy Weinstein, Gad Haggai, and Itai Hen are still being held in Gaza. I have met with the families of these American hostages multiple times now, and I've told them each time they are not alone, and I stand with them. And President Biden and I are working every day to bring them home. I also expressed with the Prime Minister my serious concern about the scale of human suffering in Gaza, including the death of far too many innocent civilians. And I made clear my serious concern about the dire humanitarian situation there, with over 2 million people facing high levels of food insecurity, and 500,000 people facing catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity. What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. The images of dead children and desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety, sometimes displaced for the second, third, or fourth time. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent. Thanks to the leadership of our President, Joe Biden, there is a deal on the table for a ceasefire and a hostage deal. And it is important that we recall what the deal involves. The first phase of the deal would bring about a full ceasefire, including a withdrawal of the Israeli military from population centers in Gaza. In the second phase, the Israeli military would withdraw from Gaza entirely, and it would lead to a permanent end to the hostilities. It is time for this war to end, and end in a way where Israel is secure, all the hostages are released, the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can exercise their right to freedom, dignity, and self-determination. There has been hopeful movement in the talks to secure an agreement on this deal. And as I just told Prime Minister Netanyahu, it is time to get this deal done. So to everyone who has been calling for a ceasefire, and to everyone who yearns for peace, I see you and I hear you. Let's get the deal done so we can get a ceasefire to end the war. Let's bring the hostages home, and let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people. And ultimately, I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. And I know right now it is hard to conceive of that prospect, but a two-state solution is the only path that ensures Israel remains a secure, Jewish, and democratic state, and one that ensures Palestinians can finally realize the freedom, security, and prosperity that they rightly deserve. And I will close with this then. It is important for the American people to remember the war in Gaza is not a binary issue. However, too often the conversation is binary, when the reality is anything but. So I ask my fellow Americans to help encourage efforts to acknowledge the complexity, the nuance, and the history of the region. Let us all condemn terrorism and violence. Let us all do what we can to prevent the suffering of innocent civilians, and let us condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and hate of any kind. And let us work to unite our country. I thank you.
Kamala comes out and recognizing non-binary people. The they-them wars, yeah. Look, I think that, like, people are being really, really quick to jump down her throat on this issue. Specifically because, one, she doesn't have any power over the situation right now, guys. Like, the only way she's going to be in a position to do anything about any of this, to actually apply pressure at all, is going to be after she's elected. So, all of the statements leading up to that point are going to be filtered through the lens of wanting to reach as many voters as possible. And frankly, a lot of people on the left don't seem to understand that, like, the middle median voter on this issue, like, needs to be pandered to in this way. What you're seeing in her statements is pandering to, like, 60, 70-year-old Dems, you know, who are like, you know, oh man, that, you know, I'm seeing some stuff on the TV and that seems real bad. And, like, having her acknowledge she front-loaded her statement here with all kinds of acknowledgments. And, you know, you can kind of think of it here as, like, you know, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Well, a spoonful of, like, pandering to liberals helps the shift in foreign policy go down, okay? And so, yeah, she's existing in the context of all that has come before. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that I'm not, like, for real, like, you know, putting aside the coconut memes, I'm not a huge fan of Kamala Harris. She's just better than what we had last week, you know? And I understand that she has failings as a candidate, as a person, as a politician, etc. But like what I'm seeing here is the door open a bit. We have an opportunity to actually shift her on this. And frankly, I think she's pretty sympathetic to our position as anti-Zionists. Like, from her statements, like she could have gone and clapped like a seal for Netanyahu the other day. She didn't. She neglected her duty as vice president to essentially give the diplomatic fuck you to Netanyahu. And I don't see...
I fucked up. The name of the organization was Answers Call 2024. It was just a call for white women. Sorry for giving the wrong information. Please accept my donation.
Brianna Huffman, that's okay. Thank you for the $20 dono. I answer the call. Thank you for the update. I just thought that white women for Kamala sounded like a specifically weird name for an org. But thank you for the clarification. Most people aren't very well versed at how politics, government, and diplomacy works. It's compromise after compromise and backroom deals. Yeah, but like this is what I'm trying to say is this opens the door, right, for her to be moved. Like, I remember distinctly, like, this might be like 4 or 5 months ago at this point, but there was this old Jewish grandma who stood up at one of Biden's rallies, I think in Iowa, and, you know, called on him to get a ceasefire. And, like, Joe Biden just seemed to not respond to that, really. I don't think Kamala Harris, if she encountered that kind of pushback, would be able to not course correct. Does that make sense? Like, I think she's incapable of, let me put it this way. I think she's incapable of growing a spine on a lot of issues in a way that's similar to like Obama. Like, the second something became like even slightly supported by the majority and like Obama was for it, you know, like I think she's kind of in that camp here. And again, I do think that she's a lot more in favor of helping Palestinians than Biden has ever been, maybe in his entire life. What is this?
Unfortunately, we are...
Oh, I actually did watch this. Oh God, I just have to say, I did watch this, and Lady Raincloud, that quote also hit me the wrong way. To me, I was just like, man, it's really easy to say, you know, if the election gets lost by Dems because of Zionism, that the election needs to be lost. Like, the fuck's wrong with you? That's a statement that comes from such an absurd place of privilege. It's ridiculous. Yeah, well, maybe untold numbers of people need to suffer. Like, what? Like, man, it's real easy to say as like a straight white cis man. You know, like it's just like, yeah, well, you know what? Maybe we need to immiserate millions of people in order to teach the world a lesson by allowing fascism to come into power in America. What? God. By spineless, do you mean she can be swayed by voters? Yes. Yeah, that's what I mean. She's malleable. You know, unlike the guy who goes on podcasts claiming to have always been a Zionist. I think she has progressive instincts, but she is a political animal. She needs to know there is a political benefit from doing these things. We need to keep up the pressure and then praise her when she does the right thing. Exactly, Dragonfly. Like, this is what I'm saying, right? I think that fundamentally, and I talked about this several days ago, that essentially our job hasn't changed. Okay? Our job to go out there, knock doors, organize, phone bank, etc. has not changed. We still have to do all of those things under Kamala. But all of those things under Kamala also include protesting. Also include, having people interrupt her rallies sometimes in order to protest for Gaza. Our job hasn't changed. It's only gotten easier for us to win, The only thing that changed is that our victory is more within our grasp. So, when I say, this is all promising, does that mean Kamala already has a good stance on the issue? No. But what it does mean is that I think that she's both A, closer to the position we want, and B, more mobile on the issue. I think you can simultaneously be happy that Kamala is more liberal than Biden or Trump while acknowledging that she's clearly not deviating from the Biden position on this one. I don't know. I read it differently, I guess. I do not think Biden would have given the speech on the issue that she did. Let's see. Yeah, and I do agree. If she picks Josh Shapiro, her decision making is suspect. Let me put it that way. Okay, Josh Shapiro just had a bunch of sexual harassment allegations come out against him, and he's not great when it comes to Gaza. So man. I hope she doesn't go with Shapiro. Oh, also, small update. It looks like Donald Trump is indeed backing out of the debates. And, the Kamala Harris account, what happened to anytime, any place. I hope that Trump breaks down. I hope, man. I want to see that debate so badly. What a little baby, right? Can we get Bobby De Niro on? I want to know what my team idol has to say to you. I'm prepared to be disappointed or not. I'll give Robert the call, see what he has to say. I can't guarantee he'll come down here, but he owes me a favor or two, okay? He might if the polls start getting worse for him, and then they almost certainly are going to, right? I'd be glad if there was no debate. I think Kamala Harris would do extraordinarily well in comparison to someone 30 years her age. Are there strong indications that she'll go with Shapiro? No. But if she did, it would be sending a big message. Let's see here. Oh, folks, we did not cover President Biden's goodbye address. So let's take a look. Okay, point one, dude looks like he has a filter over his eyes that make his eyes both bigger and sadder than usual. Look at that, man.
My fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight from behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, I'm surrounded
Wait, I'm sorry. Was there a phone ringing at the very beginning of this, man?
by my fellow Americans. I'm speaking to you tonight from behind the resolute desk
Oh, nope. Actually, that's a timer. That's an alarm going off. I have one of those on my phone.
in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, I'm surrounded by portraits of extraordinary American presidents. Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington, who showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve.
Guys, I'm really glad he's not running for president anymore. I'm really glad. Like, just watching, we've watched like 30 seconds of this, and I'm real glad.
But I love my country more.
Wait.
I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union is not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that. And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that?
Yeah, I'm glad the vibes of this have turned from existential to Grandpa, get a nap.
Does character in public life still matter? I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I know this, we are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth. The truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much, a cause of American democracy itself, must unite to protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation. You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now. Over the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president. That means
I mean, this is pretty historic. Like, I don't want to downplay what he's doing here, but like, man, I really wish. I really wish we weren't in this position. I wish we could have been running a real primary. Ugh. Like, he's sick. He's old. Like, it's not going to be like this charismatic goodbye, but I think mostly what I feel from this is catharsis. Catharsis that this is no longer the boulder we have to push up the hill. We get a much smaller and more mobile boulder.
I'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence or any violence ever, period. I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence, our planet from climate crisis that is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot so we can end cancer as we know it, because we can do it. I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform.
Let's go!
Because this is critical to our democracy.
My hope here, okay, after looking at what he wants to do, like an enforceable ethics code and like term limits on Supreme Court judges, I really hope he just goes ham on SCOTUS. I hope he uses the fact that he is leaving office to absolutely like shackle their powers, because the amount of strength it is given the executive branch is unsustainable. Yeah, expand the court, set term limits, and then make it illegal to ever expand the court again.
Supreme Court reform. I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century.
Yeah, now that he's on the way out, it's time, Dark Brandon, rise.
Report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin from taking over Ukraine, doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history. I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, and bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war. We're also working around the clock to bring home Americans being unjust.
Wait, I thought Jared Kushner brought peace to the Middle East. Wait, he didn't? The Trump administration, the Abraham Accords, they didn't bring peace to the Middle East? Oh no! It's like Donald Trump told lies or something.
Detained all around the world.
Oh God, that throat
we've come
sound.
so far since my inauguration. On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities.
We stood in our winter apparel. In our very thick goose-down jackets. Nice and warm. Oh, God.
We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. We came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. Today, we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities.
Thank you, Rhombus. Thank you. I'm glad someone liked it.
We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation.
That's right. No other country on earth has as many Tostitos flavors as the United States now. 5 years ago, we only had 16. Now we have 18.
We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years. To lower
That's right. No more big farms in the United States. Those cows have never had it so good.
the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors.
Sorry, I know I'm being obnoxious. I can't help it. It's the autism.
People have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of the most significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials. You know, most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years. Today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office. I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and be a president for all Americans. That's what I've done. I ran for president 4 years ago because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world. That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident.
That idea is butts.
We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea.
How are they picking up that much of his throat noise? How? How is that possible? My God. You guys heard that, right?
Pursuit of happiness. We've never.
Jesus Christ. Biden ate a microphone. They just put an one that doesn't work on his jacket for visuals, but the one we're hearing is inside of him. Oh God. He was deep throating the mic a little too hard.
Fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now. In just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I've made my views known. I'd like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country. Now the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin that's hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office.
I hope it's not what Benjamin Franklin had to say about non-Anglo-Saxons. Huh.
Alongside the busts of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic, Franklin's response was, a republic, if you can keep it. A republic, if you can keep it. Whether we keep our republic is now in your hands. My fellow Americans, it's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter, from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. But here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities.
Like, man, he let him go take a nap, for fuck's sake. Like, this is historic, but it is sad, man.
of dreamers and doers, of ordinary Americans doing extraordinary things. I've given my heart and my soul to our nation, like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you. The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule, the people do. History is in your hands. The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands. We just have to keep faith, keep the faith, and remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's simply nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So let's act together, preserve our democracy. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
You could tell that was really hard for him. Like, that was history, folks. We've not in our lifetimes have we seen this. And like, Joe Biden has done a lot of shit that is wrong, that is unforgivable, that is horrible beyond measure. But this at least is right. You know, he's doing the right thing here. I think that all the indications is that this is what he had to do. We almost hit the point of no return. And thank God he was able to stop the car in time before it went careening down the mountainside. So I don't know. I'm torn because I don't like Joe Biden, but I do like very, very much what he did there, and something that he did not have to do, that he almost did too late. But this at least is good. To be fair, Nancy Pelosi had to bully him into stopping the car. Well, yeah, a lot of things had to happen to get him to stop that car. But, you know, I'm glad he didn't Thelma and Louise it, okay? Because I don't know if you've seen that movie. They don't make it over the Grand Canyon, guys. Crazy, I know. So, yeah, let's hope this turns into a Cincinnatus moment where Biden is able to step down and that, in turn, preserves our democracy. I've never actually seen that movie. Should I? You can if you want. Folks, we've been going for almost 2 hours. If you've been enjoying stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. You gotta do the things, hit the buttons. You know what I'm saying? We got 73 likes on the stream. Let's hit 100. I think we can do it. I think you got 27 likes in you. All right, let's go, folks. I'm also gonna get some more water, and so should all of you. Did you know you're supposed to drink like 12 cups of water a day? It's crazy. I bet y'all are dehydrated as hell. Are you content with Kamala Harris being the first female president of the US? Who would ideally be your first female president? Eve? Yeah, I think I'd go with Eve. Not calling us dehydrated while pulling out a whole ass pitcher. Yup. You know what? I'm gonna do it again too. You can't stop me. I'm gonna use the power of advertising to advertise good habits. Water. It's delicious. Yum. Who's Eve? You know, Adam and Eve, the first people. Just right from the get-go, we needed a woman president right then. And you know what? We didn't get one. This stream was brought to you by water. Drink it, you dingus. You know, surprisingly, there were no other spokespeople representing water. You know, it was free real estate for me. Oh, hey, I need some water. There we go. It worked. I mean, only she had the knowledge of good and evil necessary to lead in those trying times. When is the water going to sponsor you? I don't know, man. No one drinks that crap? Aw. Is that water woke? Alright. Glad we talked about this. Okay. Folks.
A campaign event. It was really for her.
I will give you two options, okay? Those options are 11 minutes of Ben Shapiro talking about Kamala Harris's first speech, or 11 minutes of Steven Crowder talking about Kamala Harris and Biden. Which would you prefer? What hell is this? /vote. Ben or Steven. There you go. Vote. Vote like your lives depend on it, because they do. Is there a third, less hellish option? No. The secret third option is just us skipping straight to the Elon Musk, Jordan B. Peterson content. Ben. Ben sucks. All right, we're doing Ben Shapiro, baby. Let's go. Now, I'm going to guess that Ben Shapiro wasn't a big fan of Kamala Harris. And her first day of campaigning, because he made a video called Kamala's First Day of Campaigning Did Not Go Well, which, I want to hear his arguments. I would really like to hear Ben Shapiro's arguments about how her first day didn't go well. Let's see.
So last night, Kamala Harris did a campaign event. It was really for her own staffers. And she led off by praising Joe Biden. This, by the way, is going to be the chief vulnerability for Kamala Harris. We'll discuss all of her vulnerabilities in a moment. She is not a strong candidate. But her chief vulnerability is she's the vice president of a wildly unpopular administration.
Okay.
This administration does not have a list of accomplishments Americans like. It is amazing.
That's actually not true. The main issue with this administration is that it's dog shit about advertising its accomplishments. But people like what it has accomplished so far.
To watch all these people come out of the woodwork and declare that Joe Biden actually...
And frankly, I think when Kamala Harris gets put in front of a crowd and gets the media on her, I think she can actually articulate those accomplishments very well.
Actually has been an amazing president. Now, a minute ago, they said he was really bad at presidenting. Then he dropped out, and suddenly he's an amazing president. Why? Well, they have to flip the narrative. If it turns out he's a crappy president and that Kamala Harris is his crappy vice president, well, then probably she's not a very good candidate. So here is Kamala Harris at the campaign event last night suggesting that Joe Biden has a legacy of accomplishments, which is wild since his main accomplishment is just beating Donald Trump. And then his secondary accomplishment, apparently, according to Democrats, is dying in a debate and dropping out of the race. Here's Kamala Harris.
Our president, Joe Biden, wanted to be here today. He is feeling much better and recovering fast, and he looks forward to getting back on the road. And I wanted to say a few words about our president. Joe Biden's legacy of accomplishment over the past 3 years is unmatched in modern history.
Boy, how'd you like?
What, Ben?
Boy.
That's a really disconcerting sound. Facts don't care about your feelings.
How'd you like 4 years of that? Maybe 8 years of that. Would you love that? Would you love 8 years of that right there?
Of what, Ben?
Boy. How'd you like 4?
Is that what she sounded like? Let's play back the tape.
Over the past 3 years is unmatched in modern history.
Like, Ben, you don't have the high ground here. She has a perfectly fine voice. You, on the other hand, sound like this.
Boy, how'd you like 4 years of that? Maybe 8 years of that. Would you love that? Would you love 8 years,
would you like 8 years
of that right there? By the way, his accomplishments are burning the Middle East to a crisp, lighting Ukraine on fire, destroying the economy.
Well, I'm pretty sure Putin lit Ukraine on fire
via inflation, destroying whatever
the inflation was caused by the economic conditions imposed by Trump.
Possibility there was of building of social fabric through radical social policy. I mean, truly, name the magical accomplishments.
What radical social policy, Ben? Please articulate like an actual name of something.
Of Joe Biden, other than elevating Kamala Harris to the nomination via proxy. Because again, she has received 0, count them 0 Democratic primary votes ever in her entire life. And now she's the nominee for the president of the United States. So what is her campaign against Donald Trump going to be? She says that she's going to prosecute Trump. Honestly, like, really, this is all you got in the can? Seriously, this is what you got? So Democrats have been trying this crap since 2015. Since 2015, the idea has been Donald Trump is an out-of-the-box criminal, and we are going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump. Okay, guys, good luck with that.
He's a convicted felon, man. What do you mean? Good luck with? Yeah, he's convicted. He's a convicted felon 34 times over. What are you talking about, Ben? Oh yeah, you guys are coming after him like he's a criminal. He is.
Seriously, Kamala Harris. They are trying to make fetch happen by selecting Kamala Harris, and she.
What? Ben? Was that Mean Girls? Ben, are you quoting Mean Girls? What is happening right now? Ben is a mean girl. Can we please get someone to edit Ben Shapiro into like the Mean Girls trailer or something? I need it. I need it. Ben Shapiro making a Mean Girls reference is really Ben is a mean bitch. Well, actually, does it really mean anything to be a mean girl? Okay, facts don't care about your feelings, Stacey.
She is trying to make fetch happen by going after Donald Trump on a prosecutorial basis. This is the kind of stuff that jazzes up a very, very small wing of the Democratic base and literally no one else. Here's Kamala Harris.
In the days and weeks ahead, I, together with you,
will do everything in my
Good night, Amber
power
Brains.
to unite our Democratic Party, to unite our nation, and to win this election. You know, as many of you know, before I was elected as Vice President, before I was elected as United States Senator, I was the elected Attorney General, as I've mentioned, of California, and before that I was a courtroom prosecutor. In those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the. Yeah.
They have nothing, man. Even Ben Shapiro has got nothing. His main critique in this, and I can't believe it, is just that she sounds like a girl. That's it. And he thinks women sound annoying. That's it, man. Are you kidding me? I thought he was doing like a one-off thing. Oh my god. Yeah, he's attacking the substance of her points here. That's why he's just complaining and mocking the sound of her voice. Yeah, those are the facts that don't care about your feelings, okay? His moan sounds cringe. His moan makes me think of the fanfic we've been reading of him from the fanfiction websites. Oh god.
Is she the president of the? No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the. 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 Is she though? I mean.
Oh god. Gotta be a dono sound. Someone needs to clip the sound and put it in the Discord, okay? Then it can be a thing. Make this a sound alert. Oh god. Oh man, Ben. Linky to the video. Here you go. Oh god. See, this is just him trying to mock Kamala Harris really just sounds like him making fun of himself. Oh god.
She was a real. No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the. No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the. Is she though? I mean.
Yeah, doing like the weird anime girl moan. Weirdly, Ben Shapiro seems to be practiced.
She was a really bad prosecutor, by the way.
Did
if you
he
don't believe
just,
me, go watch episode 1 of our series Kamala, which is all about Kamala Harris. You can go watch that over at Daily Wire Plus right now when you use that 47%.
Wait, the Daily Wire has a series called Scamala? What? Okay, tell me more. Oh my god, this is such. We're down the rabbit hole, man. He has an entire series about Kamala Harris that he called Scamala.
Shapiro here. Welcome to Scamala, Kamala Harris Unmasked. This series is exactly why Daily Wire Plus exists and why your membership is so crucial. We're bringing you the
Thank you for giving us money, billionaires.
Varnished truth about Kamala Harris that the mainstream media are too cowardly to touch. This is the kind of hard-hitting, fact-based content that's missing in today's media landscape. While the left-wing outlets spin their narratives, we're committed to giving you the real story, no matter whom it offends. Your support allows us agendas. We're not beholden to corporate interests or political parties. We answer to you, our members. We're challenging journalism. If you're tired of the mainstream, and become a member now. let's dive into Scamala, Kamala Harris Unmasked, and see what the left doesn't want you to know.
Man, I love when I love when I watch a new series that I've never seen before, and it opens with a 1 minute long advertisement for the product that I'm currently watching.
Meet Kamala Harris. You know her, of course. She's the Vice President of the United States, the historic first black female Vice President. So the Vice President of his vice presidential candidate.
Priorities.
She has sat in on phone calls with foreign leaders. She has globetrotted to push her.
My fellow meaning they can suggest whatever be known.
Myriad foibles.
Poor hubby. Poor hubby.
Fodder.
Right? The significance of the passage of time.
What? Oh my god, they've got nothing. Seriously, the strongest arguments they're putting forward is that she laughs like a human being. That she, like, talks. That's it. That's what they got. Man, the laugh is a scam. Here, we'll watch the most replayed part of this movie. Or series.
Brett Grunland told the Examiner, quote, both boards are reserved for political payback or occasionally for personal rewards for personal service. Personal service indeed.
I really wish I had the sound clip of him doing the sound that he was doing. Personal service indeed.
As Kamala's mother would later tell the press, quote, why shouldn't she have gone out with Willie Brown? He was a player. Brown didn't just provide a public pension to his love.
Oh, okay. So the very first episode is she was an adult and had consensual sex with a guy. Oh no. The horror. You know, like, this attack rings particularly weak when the guy you're running, when your party's guy is Donald Trump, a guy known for extensively cheating on his wives and also, like, sexual assaults, and also, like, is like known close associate of Jeffrey Epstein, man. Like, what you sure you want to bring the attention of the public onto sexual misdeeds, huh? This seems like a losing strategy for Donald Trump and his media apparatus. Consensual relationship while the dude was separated from his partner? Oh, well, okay. God. Anyway, cool, Ben. Thanks for letting us know about this very informative series that I'm sure we'll all enjoy. Anyway, Ben, you were saying?
Off and become a subscriber. Again, it's everything you need to know about Kamala Harris. We cut that series. Okay, that is not... Okay, try it. Seriously, try it. You're going to process... Donald Trump has 100% name recognition. 100%. No one's perception of Donald Trump is going to change from here on out.
Yeah, you're right. So you're saying he's peaked. So you're saying you're kind of fucked. If Kamala Harris at all gets more famous by, I don't know, becoming the new presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party and anointed by the DNC and on the front page of, like, every newspaper in the country. I think that might help a little bit. I think those things might improve her name recognition, and also the fact that she is not a billion-year-old man. That might also get people's attention. So, like, I don't know, Ben, you're making a great case for the Democratic Party right now.
The question is, can Kamala Harris generate any enthusiasm? And honestly, I haven't seen so much fake enthusiasm for anything in American public life since Beyonce dropped her last album. The amount of...
Fuck do you know about Beyonce, man? What? Like, I'm actually kind of speechless here. Oh yeah, she's about as fake and successful as Beyonce. Oh, so you saying you guys fucked? Oh, you guys are fucked. Oh, okay. Like, I love that Ben Shapiro here is just like, yeah, Kamala Harris isn't gonna do as well as insert one of the most famous musicians of all time. Speaking of, you know what? You know what? Perfect time for us to play this, okay? Perfect time for us to play this. So, this Ben Shapiro video is from July 23rd, 2 days ago. This ad dropped today, guys. And you'll never guess what music plays in this ad.
In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? There are some people who think we should be a country of chaos, of fear, of hate. But us, we choose something different. We choose freedom. The freedom not just to get by, but get ahead. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to make decisions about your own body. We choose a future where no child lives in poverty, where we can all afford health care, where no one is above the law. We believe in the promise of America, and we're ready to fight for it. Because when we fight, we win. So join us. Go to KamalaHarris.com and let's get to work.
I'ma keep on running cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
That's right, folks. First ad of the Harris for President campaign. And you know what? It uses Beyonce. Beyonce gave permission for her song to be used in this. It's good. And, like, the messaging is on point. The fact that they pulled this out, by the way, in, like, 2 days, that's crazy. That's crazy.
MLEM mer my EWRM mer my NYEAAAUHWWW wow wow woo woo yaw 0
Sweet Blasphemy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Guys, I think this is intentional, but nobody watched Ben. But yeah, that's the funniest part. He's like, that's as fake as Beyonce. And like, they got Beyonce, and you know what? That's a good combo, okay? That's a good combo right there. Anyway, Ben, you were saying,
fake airsats enthusiasm Democrats are trying to gin up, and you can feel it. You can feel it's not real. You can feel they're trying to whip themselves into a lather over Kamala Harris. But there's a phrase that's historically been used about politics, which is that Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. In this election, it's precisely the reverse. Republicans love their candidate. Overall, Republicans love Trump. They have loyalty.
Hey, just as an FYI.
Walking into her newly minted campaign headquarters, Vice President Harris reassured staffers and reshaped the way Democrats plan to campaign against Donald Trump, highlighting her experience as a prosecutor.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who ripped off consumers. Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
And in his first remarks since dropping out, President Biden called in to thank staff, pledging his continued support.
I think we made the right decision. I'm not going anywhere. And I want you to know you've always had my back, and I promise you, I will always have your back.
And supporters now have hers. More than $100 million raised since the president's surprise announcement Sunday. More than 58,000 new volunteers.
58,000 new volunteers in like 2 days, man. 85% of that $100 million, or like, I believe, were first-time donors. To say we're up to 100,000 now, Dragonfly? I guess this did come out like 2 days ago. I mean, that actually lines up. We're up to like over 100,000 volunteer signups. We got like a crazy amount of first-time donors. Like Ben Shapiro's over here saying, "Oh yeah, all this enthusiasm is fake." Look, if it's fake, that is an extraordinary media operation to undertake to fake an AstroTurf that level of support. If Republicans could, they would every time, okay? Yeah, Brianna Huffman was just in a call today with like 136,000. There were like 136,000 people on that call, on that Zoom. That's listening in. I don't know. But you guys raised like $2 million in like 1 to 3 hours. Like, that's crazy. Anyway, Ben, you were saying.
To Trump, Democrats are falling in line. No one loves Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has run for president before. She was such a terrible candidate that everyone, including Politico, ran full pieces on how awful her candidacy was.
Wait, Kamala HQ also put out an ad? This
Payne says, I'm the prosecutor, and he is the convicted felon.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
And then the campaign says, I'm the prosecutor, and he is the convicted felon.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
And then they...
Okay, that's great. That's great. Good job, Kamala HQ. I see, the Democratic Party, social media experts have upped their meme game, okay?
Then she was such a terrible vice president that half her staff quit. She's truly bad at this, and we shouldn't remember how bad she is at this. So all this sort of desperate hope that you're seeing in Democratic circles, reality.
Oh, Midnight and All Night. I'm still very hopeful that she's gonna pick Roy Cooper for VP. He just visually looks it. Career-wise, he's ready to make the jump. Tim Walz might go for a term as Minnesota governor again. I'm not entirely sure what his deal is at the moment. He would be a good choice as well. Like, he's very aggressive. It's just I don't know if he's up to being VP. Yeah, Roy Cooper is the governor of North Carolina, Midnight and All Night, and he's term limited, so he can't run again.
So, since Ben went with Beyonce, 200 million records, most successful black touring act in history, and a record-breaking 32 Grammy Awards. Yeah, Ben, y'all are screwed.
Yeah,
y'all.
I would never bet against Beyonce, okay? I think Tim Walz would be a great education secretary. If Roy Cooper is at the end of his tenure as governor of North Carolina, he's very well liked in North Carolina. He can't run for another term. He's older. He's an older man who kind of looks like a young Ronald Reagan, which plays well. North Carolina is a swing state. He can help kind of shore up like Southern Dems. Like, I think he'd be an excellent choice. Tim Walz is great. I think he should definitely go for a cabinet position. Preferably one where he can like really leverage some state power. Like, he's been great in Minnesota. I love him a lot. Anyway.
Reality will set in, I believe, soon enough, because Kamala Harris is not a good candidate, and she has proved that repeatedly. Remember, Kamala Harris, she's only run effectively one competitive race in the last 20 years. And that was for Attorney General of the state of California. She won by 1 point. By 1 point. Then she ran a completely non-competitive race in the California Senate for the Senate seat in California against Loretta Sanchez, a fellow Democrat. And then she ran the worst presidential campaign since Rick Perry. Listen, Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate, but then again, she was also a terrible DA. She was a terrible Attorney General of the state of California. Things got less safe under Kamala Harris. Speaking of safety, as social unrest escalates and as people begin to fear crime more and more, securing the safeness of your family is more crucial than ever. Now, listen, I'm a big Second Amendment advocate. I own a variety of guns, but if I have the ability to stop a threat inside my own home without killing anybody, I would like to do that. That is what Byrna is for. Introducing the Byrna Ungun, the non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight, simple to use. It uses an easy-to-load 5-round magazine and is powered by an 8-gram CO2 cartridge. Byrna launchers fire a 68 caliber chemical-filled projectile using a patented pull-pierce technique.
Yeah, Gamer G, just as an FYI, Tim Walz, Governor Walz did work as a teacher for like 24 years. Like he has a background in education. What happened? Ben Shapiro's selling guns. Anyway.
Technology where the CO2 canister is only punctured on the first trigger pull. That means that your launcher is always sitting there at the ready. It's capable of incapacitating an attacker for over 30 minutes. It's accurate and effective at over 60 feet. It doesn't require permits or background checks. It is interstate travel friendly with Byrna.
What? Yeah, you could basically just buy one of these. You don't have to be any. It incapacitates people. It's a super paintball gun. Just don't put anything metal in there. All right. Do you want a gun that's not really a gun? Here you go. Buy it for your kids. Yeah.
You will be prepared to defend. The Byrna is a safer, more sensible alternative that could potentially save lives on both sides, protecting both the user and the aggressor. Visit Byrna.com/Ben. Get 10% off your purchase.
Whoa, Ben, you want to protect both the user and the perpetrator? Are you that sounds like a pretty progressive position, Ben. Why not just shoot them dead with a gun, like your Republican colleagues would?
That's BYRNA.com/Ben.
Yeah, this is actually a really bizarre thing for him to sell. Yeah, soft on crime Ben over here.
Check out the latest news about Byrna. That's BYRNA.com/Ben. Here's Kamala Harris again, trying to make the pitch. We are not going to go back. We're not.
Ben, you got to stop. You got to stop specifically because I know what the fanfic writers do to you, okay? On the fan fiction websites. I know what they do to you, Ben. You're throwing fuel on the fire, okay? They all already think you're a bottom, Ben. Stop throwing fuel. Stop throwing these performances out there. They're like animals on there, Ben. Animals, they're ripping you apart. Save yourself, Ben. You don't have to walk into this trap. Ben Shapiro is Brat.
He and his Extreme Project 2025 will weaken the middle class
Come on.
and bring us backward. America has tried these economic policies before. They do not lead to prosperity. They lead to inequity and economic injustice. And we are not going back.
Based.
God, she is so awful. I mean, even her juxtaposition right there of prosperity with economic injustice is truly amazing.
She is so awful, he says, while he staunchly stands by the guy who said, when you're famous, they let you do it, just grab them by the pussy, whatever. You stand by the guy who verbally supports sexual assault and was found guilty in a courtroom, civilly liable in a courtroom. For sexual assault. I don't know, Ben. I think those things hold a bit more water than lady making a comparison you slightly disagree with.
Because, again, the opposite of prosperity is poverty. It's poverty. Right? When she says that
Sorry, what?
Prosperity is poverty. This is truly amazing. Because, again, the opposite of prosperity is poverty. It's poverty. Right? When she says that we are going, They lead us away from prosperity and toward economic injustice.
Yeah, Ben. It's almost like she's saying economic injustice is poverty. That poverty anywhere is an economic injustice. Ben, did you know that this lady said that this bad thing is bad? How dare she? Yeah, we're rapidly approaching Dave Rubin level of high IQ ideas.
Notice what she's doing there. She's doing the equity routine. You know what Americans don't like? The racialized equity routine that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been pushing nonstop since they entered office.
Yeah, you see what she's doing here by criticizing the existence of poverty? She's doing one of those race things again.
Her campaign, if she...
great job, facts over feelings, guy.
She's actually in control of it. Her only hope here is to delegate this thing to the Obama team. That is really her only hope here. She already got rid of the Biden team. It's not going to be Tom Donilon. It's not going to be Jen O'Malley Dillon. It's not going to be the people who got Joe Biden there because they don't like her very much and she doesn't like them. And it better not be her 2019 presidential campaign team because they were truly awful. Her only hope is to basically sit down and be quiet. And
if there's one thing Americans love, it's economic inequality, okay? You know, Americans, you know, they looked around in the 1930s at those Hooverville shanty towns and were like, this is good, actually. I feel really safe now. You know, I saw 50 people jump on a train the other day, all wearing patchwork clothing. I feel safer. This is good. This is a good sign for our country. Anyway, that was an excellent mask-off moment by Ben Shapiro to show that he associates race with being poor. Interesting place to take it, Ben.
Let Barack Obama's people run this thing. That is her only hope. So far, that doesn't seem to be the case. So, for example, according to BBC, Kamala Harris has overhauled her campaign's online presence by embracing a social media trend inspired by pop star Charlie XCX's Brat album cover. The presumptive Democratic presidential nominee has scattered references to the album across her campaign's account, renaming her profile Kamala HQ. Her rebrand comes as Charlie showed her support by tweeting Kamala is Brat shortly after President Joe Biden announced he was stepping out of the race. By Monday morning, Harris had seized on Charlie XCX's backing, with the account sporting a new lime green photo in the style of the Brat album cover. So for those of you who have no idea what exactly Brat means because, you know, you're over the age of 15.
Oh man, please, Ben, explain what a brat is to all of us. You won't.
Here's what brat means, according to Charlie XCX. You're just like that girl who's a little messy and likes to party and maybe says some dumb things sometimes.
Why is he doing a Charlie XCX voice? Why is he doing a Charlie XCX voice? Please stop, Ben. I already talked to you about fuel for the fanfic writers. You gotta stop. You gotta stop, Ben. No. All right.
What exactly brat means because, you know, you're over the age of 15. Here's what brat means, according to Charlie XCX. You're just like that girl who's a little messy and likes to party and maybe says some dumb things sometimes.
Wait, no, he doesn't know what it means. Guys, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what brat means. Oh my god. Oh my god, you went on camera not knowing. Oh no.
Who feels like herself, but maybe also has a breakdown, but kind of like parties, though it is very honest, very blunt, a little bit volatile, like does dumb things, but it's brat. You're brat. That's brat. Okay, that is the campaign that I desperately hope Kamala Harris continues to run. Kamala Harris as brat. Says dumb things, does dumb things, get drunk sometime, but has fun.
Man, it's really incredible. Ben Shapiro's content has gone so downhill lately, it's ridiculous. He's literally out here being like, man, I hope she keeps doing what she's doing here with this campaign. And it's like, yeah, me too. Because she's steamrolling you guys right now. Like, she got like almost, she's got like 100,000 new volunteers on her campaign, man. That's so many you don't understand, guys, how many volunteers that is. What that can do. Guys, in the midterms, I was helping to organize groups of like 20 to 25 volunteers, okay? That's enough to change like state level races. Okay? 25 dedicated people. That can turn out the number of votes to shift those elections. 100,000? And meanwhile Ben's like, fake. They're all fake. It's all fake enthusiasm. Dude. Crazy levels of denialism here.
Also, can I just explain? No one above the age of 25 in the United States knows what the F brat means.
Counterpoint. I do, and I didn't have to look it up. It's actually like a pretty common term. It's not an uncommon term to hear, Ben.
Ben is a sussy baka and wants to do the most kinky thing he can imagine. Hand-holding. But he needs protection. He wears gloves because he's too turned on by skin-to-skin contact.
Counterpoint, I definitely do. Like, it's not hard, guys. It's just like the sexual dynamic of make me. Like, that's it. Oh my god. No, wait. I'm trying to think of like what an equivalent would be. It'd be like if 20 years ago someone was like, yeah, there's this new term everyone's throwing around. They're saying cool these days. It's like, what? Yeah, there's a new slang term the kids are using. The word cool. And they're not talking about a temperature either. Like, Grandpa, like, everyone knows what cool means. You know, if you're cool, you're cool. Like, this is a level of being out of the loop that I find incredibly funny. It's not like brat was a newfangled term. You know what? Let's just take a look here.
Going back to the burn a live read, most American self-defense laws compel a lethal outcome, meaning that launcher is a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Damn, okay. That's it. You know what? That will be an interesting court case. Thank you very much, Rick. Thanks for the $5 super chat and for the interesting insight. Here, let's look up brat etymology. Oh, wait, that's not helpful because it's slang. Damn it. Hey, tipster. Can you repeat that? I was looking up the etymology of brat. I'm not even in the kink community, and I know what a brat means. It's not even like a kink thing, really. Like, brat is just a kind of like sexual dynamic people have. I think I first heard the term brat in 2005. Yeah, like, it's not like it just came on the scene, guys. Like, I learned about it maybe like, I want to say like 2007 for me, maybe. Like, definitely came up in high school. Didn't the album... Yeah, Charlie XCX's album just came out, but like the word goes back. Wait, okay, I think I get it. For kink, you mean the type of sub, right? Yeah, but like it's often not done outside of kink. Like it's just like the kind of sexual dynamic. It's not like yeah, it's not like all subs are brats, you know, and you know, some brats might not be subs. You know, they might not be in like a defined dom sub relationship, you know? Do you think Kamala will end the genocide? I can't say that I know one way or the other, but what I do want to say is that I'm hopeful that she can be moved towards doing that, yes. What does it have to do with Kamala? Honestly, I have no idea. It's just a meme that people have run with till the cows come home.
When we think brat, we think like spoiled brat, like some of our children. No one thinks brat is something good. But Kamala Harris is so
Oh, Ben. You sweet summer child, you. Blissfully frolicking in the fields. Innocent, untouched by sexual desire. Unburdened by the knowledge of what is and what can be and all that has come before. Ben, people know what brat means, all right? Most adults that I have encountered in my life understand what the word brat is. And they're not all young people. They're just people of all ages. It's not a, it's just a word that got locked into our vocabularies. This is the guy who got famous for not being able to satisfy his wife. Yeah, he also doesn't understand why women would get wet during sex, so you know.
Permanently online, so disconnected from the general public that she believes that Charlie XCX, who, again, most people above the age of 35 have never heard of Charlie XCX.
Just out of curiosity here. Charlie XCX. Charlie XCX is over 30 years old. What are you talking about, Ben? Like, she's been making music for, like, what? A decade now? Like, it's not like she's not been prolific, Ben.
She thinks that embracing the branding of Charlie XCX is somehow good for her. That's how disconnected and terrible her campaign is. Now, for his part, Donald Trump slammed Harris as dumb.
Yeah, her campaign is disconnected and terrible. That's why it's the hottest thing on the internet right now. That's why it's blowing up TikTok.
As a rock on his Truth Social page. Now, again, I think he's going to have to do better than this in terms of the nickname. This is pretty.
He's making all kinds of weird sounds in this show. What's going on? What happened to Ben Shapiro, guys? When did he become a sound machine? I don't understand. What's possessed him to do this? Ben, stop.
Here's what he posted. He said, well, in terms of the nickname, this is pretty.
Why? Like, that's the kind of noise I...
So, last night...
God damn it. That's the kind of noise I make when I'm doing, like, an old man in a D&D campaign. When I'm like, oh, yeah, there's an old guy in the corner. What's his name? His name's John Schmorp. And then my players decide, oh, John Schmorp, that must be the chosen one. We're his best friends now. And then I'm like, John Schlorp is 89 years old, and, you know, he recently lost all his family in a recent, ogre incident, and they were all baked into a pie. And he's also very old, and everyone's like, oh man, what does he say when we approach him? And like, anyway, he goes on to save the universe.
No one above the age of 25 in the United States knows what the F brat means. When we think brat, we think like spoiled brat, like some of our children. No one thinks brat is something good. But Kamala Harris is so terminally online, so disconnected.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is terminally online. Don't look at Donald J. Trump's Truth Social feed at any given time of the day. Yeah. Kamala's the one who's terminally online, guys. Kamala. Don't look at Trump though.
Connected from the general public that she believes that Charlie XCX, who, again, most people above the age of 35 have never heard of Charlie XCX. She thinks that embracing the branding of Charlie XCX.
I know we're rewatching a little bit of it, but it's fine. Oh, LB, actually, that'd be great. Anthony Fantano, friend of the show, we'll check that out.
Is somehow good for her. That's how disconnected and terrible her campaign is. Now, for his part, Donald Trump slammed Harris as dumb as a rock on his Truth Social page. Now, again, I think he's going to have to do better than this in terms of the nickname. This is pretty. Here's what he posted. He said, "Wow, just watching the fake news, they're doing their very best to turn the worst president in the history of our country into a brilliant and heroic leader. He was heroic because he quit and turned dumb as a rock, Kamala Harris, from a totally failed and insignificant vice president into a future great president. No, it just doesn't work that way."
He's so mad, dog.
He's been trying out a few different lines on Kamala Harris. So he has called her laughing Kamala, which, again, I recommend Scamala. I think that it is the best term for her. Also, I think Kamaliar would probably be good because she.
Oh, man. Ben Shapiro, desperate to try and curtail the racism of his audience. Absolutely desperate.
Is deeply, deeply dishonest. Just a few suggestions for the president. If
You're
he is
swimming
suggestions.
against
he
the
did
current,
call
my
her
friend.
this morning Lion Kamala, which again, he used lion's head, but then he also called Joe Biden Crooked Joe. So Lion Kamala is pretty good.
It's not even as good as Crooked Kamala, okay? At least then you have a bit of alliteration going, okay? But it's right there. You can't even acknowledge it because Trump made an even worse one that you have to try and acknowledge, try and pretend is decent. Come on now.
Again, I think that's probably, and it seems like he's settling on that because he's used that multiple times this morning. He said, Lion Kamala Harris, the Biden-appointed border czar, who never visited the border and whose incompetence gave us the worst and most dangerous border anywhere in the world, has absolutely terrible poll numbers against a fine and brilliant young man named Donald J. Trump. Love that Trump calls himself a fine and brilliant young man. He's 78. Be careful what you wish for, Democrats, MAGA 2024.
That was the first genuine laugh I've ever seen Ben Shapiro give. That was the first genuine emotion I've ever seen out of Ben Shapiro.
So, yeah, pretty solid stuff there from President Trump. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points?
And that's it. That's his point is, Kamala Harris is the weird out of touch one as he talks about how no one likes Beyonce and no one's ever heard of Charlie XCX and no one has ever heard the term brat who's over the age of like 22. Okay, bud. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah. Kamala's out of touch here. Yeah. Kamala's the one out of there. That laugh was genuine. It was off-putting, so I figured it was. That was the first time Ben Shapiro has broken kayfabe. Over the lamest thing imaginable, you know? Well, folks, we've been going for 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Let's go. Where's Ben Shapiro working these days as he spouts lies? He's working on the Daily Wire, but also like, can we just take a moment? This video where he's so weird came out 2 days ago. He has almost 800,000 views on it. That's crazy. 750,000 views. Huh. Look at that. Okay. But my question, Melanie, is do we want to do Steven Crowder next? Or do we want to do Elon and Jordan B. Peterson next? Oh God, not Crowder. He's not fun like Ben. The main thing is I want to know how the hell he's handling this, because I feel like he's probably reacting to it like, well, maybe the most in tune with the Republican base out there. Well, we'll put it that way. That's my diplomatic way of calling the Republican base racist. I guess my question here is, how bad is it gonna be? Because I think Steven Crowder's a decent sounding bar for that. You should watch the Fantano video. You should watch the Fantano video. Okay, it's short. I'll watch it. There's a boy.
Hi.
Who's a brat? Did I hear you correct? Ugh, Jesus Christ. Kamala Harris is a brat? Kamala Harris is a brat. Why not me? Why not me? I've been sitting here.
Look, brat is a state of mind, Anthony, okay? All you gotta do is go into it, and then at the point where things are going great, just gotta look your significant other in the eye.
Quadruple A. O U U U U U B W A.
And say, make me. All right? 10-letter name, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Okay? Look, brat is both a physical state, a mental state, and an emotional state, okay? When someone is a brat, okay, it's just towing the line, saying something a little bit rude, but in a spicy way, and then being able, when things start getting a bit hot, a bit heavy, to say, make me.
Here for months, doing everything I can to become a brat to the best of my abilities, and yet I sit
Anthony.
here still not a brat. When is it going to be my time? Life just isn't fair sometimes, and you got to roll with the punches. I don't know if you guys have been living under a rock on social media, but it just so happens that Mr. Joe can't string a sentence together Biden has dropped out of the presidential race. He's no longer running. And given that Kamala Harris is the next in command, it kind of just makes the most logistical sense in terms of...
Jack, I own a copy of Brat on vinyl. Does this make me a brat tamer? Brat tamer? Be waha ha 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 ha.
Why would that make you a brat tamer? Wait, why would owning a copy of Brat on vinyl make you a brat tamer? Is it because you own a brat? Okay, gotcha. I was trying to think of if the vinyl aspect of it was playing into the statement. I just had to clarify. Thank you. Moving right along.
Getting her in there, getting her to run, getting the party to all convene, delegates wise and all, and just, you know, support her. It's kind of the quickest point A, point B fashion of going about things. But I'm not here to talk your ear off about politics or anything like that. Really just the weird and unexpected ways in which music culture has tied in with political culture here. And it would seem like in preparation for really building Kamala up to start running for that presidential position, her campaign is looking for quick and easy ways to resonate with people. This strategically, of course, means embracing things about Kamala's public image or things floating out there on the internet that are already kind of working in her favor. Most notably, this whole weird speech of hers that has popped off on TikTok within the last year or so, where she's talking about, you know, living in a greater context of events and things and ideas, and she makes a metaphor.
And all that has come before?
Oracle comparison to being sort of clueless or out of the know with a falling out of a coconut tree.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
And yeah, as a result of that, this has become kind of like a big meme. People who are supporting Kamala Harris in this upcoming race are going as far as to call themselves coconut pilled. But another weird thing that has been tying in with Kamala Harris as of late, even before, you know, inklings of Joe Biden dropping out of the race, is this idea that Kamala is somehow inadvertently a representation of like Charlie XCX's brat vibe and aesthetic from her latest full-length LP, as I guess in some ways the brat ethos is supposed to be representative of a woman who's maybe a wee bit messy, a party girl, smokes some cigs, is maybe a little chaotic, not a care in the world, and maybe in some way Kamala Harris with all of her uncontrollable laughing as well as weird turns of phrase and generally zonked out, zanned out demeanor. It seems like there are some people who are kind of like making a connection to brat.
Yeah, it's a just she just like me for real type situation.
Summer or the brat vibe to her.
Yeah, exactly. What if you in chat right now like I smoke some cigs? She just like me.
Where Kamala and images of her dancing and talking and giving.
Yeah, I disagree with the zanned out like characterization, but like, you know what? He's not wrong about the dynamic that's at play here.
Speeches are cut against music from the Charlie record. So yeah, these Kamala brat connections have been getting thrown out there by the fans at least, but now that it's official that Kamala is really going to be pushed to run for this presidential position, it would seem there is an open embrace of the Kamala brat connection happening from both sides, not just through her campaign in this whole Kamala HQ, which is like a rebranding with brat text and brat green. Also,
by the way, I do want to shout out one thing here. Can we pull this up? Harris HQ, is that the Kamala HQ? God damn it. They did. Oh no, they haven't rebranded yet. I thought they had rebranded the banner, you know, like as a short-lived thing, but nope, it's still there. Never mind. I rescind my statement.
So Charlie XCX literally went to Twitter to post that Kamala is brat, which I wonder if that happened organically.
I do think that the meme has died. I think it's run its course. It needs to stop. Like the at least like the brat branding and stuff. Like Mayor Adams in New York City is now doing it, and like I think that's a sign that it's died. Like it's gotten too big. We got to shut it down, okay? Shut it down.
If there was some kind of like coordination there, not that it would make me think less of either party if that was the case. I kind of feel like that's just what political campaigns do these days. And if Charlie's brand is going to be co-opted in this fashion, like a lot of politicians do in order to make themselves look cool, embrace certain music and artists and so on and so forth, hopefully she's getting friggin' paid. Either way though, really strange times that we live in where things have lined up in such a way to where a politician is just so openly embracing a pop artist that is of Charlie's alternative stripe. But I mean, I guess if it makes it less likely that Kamala is going to walk to a podium at any point with something blasting over the loudspeakers like, "This is my fight song!"
Oh, thank God. Yeah, look, okay. Never again will we have to put up with Oh God. I have. Can we? Oh God. Where is it? Yes. No, damn it. Damn it. I want the Pete Buttigieg high hopes clip. If you guys know what I'm saying. Is this it? I think this is it. No, they deleted the post. Why? Please, no. Oh God. Yes, I found it. I found it, you assholes. Blah, blah, blah. No, God damn it. God damn it. This isn't the original. It's not the original. I need the original Pete Buttigieg high hopes stance. The #1 YouTube result is the Chapo Trap House Boys. God damn it. Was it this one? This is it. Finally, we are free. We are free. We are free. We will never have to listen to this. We can finally have Charlie XCX instead, okay? Finally. The Chapo riffs on this were great. Mayor Pete deserved all of the flack he got. Why did you make us listen to it? Because you needed to. You needed to understand the pain of what Anthony is talking about.
Yeah, I mean, if this completely eliminates the likelihood of something
Never
like that
going
happening,
back.
it's probably for the best. I wonder if Republicans will say that Kamala is a cocaine-sniffing 365 party girl as a result of this whole brat rebrand. Does Kamala being brat curious mean that she's going to embrace softer drug policies into the future? Who knows? I guess I'll kind of close this video out talking about like what exactly the optics are here for everybody involved. I'll say in Kamala's case, it's all positives. It's all like on the up and up. It's all gravy. I don't really foresee this working out badly for her per se, because not only is it funny and not only does it make her look kind of hip and in touch, but also on top of that, I feel like conservatives would actually have to have a working knowledge of what Charlie XCX and Brat are in order to turn this into any sort of attack, and most of them are too clueless for any of that to land.
Do you really want brats to run this country? They already do enough damage.
You don't understand the essence of Brat Summer?
So again, I don't see
Even Gutfeld knows what a brat is, guys. For fuck's sake. Ben Shapiro, you know what a brat is. Stop lying to us, okay? Gutfeld knows. Dig the vibe?
see this working badly in Kamala's case at all. However, in the case of Charlie, I feel like there maybe is some risk at play here, because obviously, due to the fact that you've embraced a politician in this fashion, anything that she does or you know, sort of like endorses or pushes policy-wise from this point, there are going to be some people who unfortunately like will look back at you like, ugh. And right now, when it comes to Biden, when it comes to the Biden administration, when it comes to anything DNC related, there are a lot of, very questionable policy ideas and decisions at play here that could reflect badly upon Charlie, be that Gaza, be that a host of other things. With that being said, though, while I am excited that Charlie, I guess, has had this opportunity for this once in a lifetime political endorsement, I do hope that she herself is, a bit skeptical in terms of like how much clout she is lending to the situation here, and maybe at some point can leverage this into something in terms of, I don't know, maybe possibly advocating for the sorts of communities that tend to love her music most. I feel like at the very least, as somebody who is, again, using her brand and using her platform to endorse and embrace such a candidate and such a thing, that would be great. Let me know in the comments if you are coconut.
Yeah, okay. All right. I think Anthony explained it about as good as we're gonna get. Like, it's people associate Kamala Harris and Brat largely because, she has a bit of a laid back attitude. To kind of quote Emma Vigeland here, she has the get a beer with vibe. But I think she has that vibe, and I agree with Emma on this. She has a lot more of that vibe with other ladies than with dudes. And that might be an interesting dynamic see play out in a presidential race. I think that the Brat label fits in a more, a less clinical context than like specifically, oh, you're a brat, that's how you are in the bedroom. It's not that. It's you have the vibes of brat. And what does it mean to have brat vibes? Well, that's what Charlie XCX's song is about. You could, okay, maybe a better way to phrase it, Olympians, is that you can see yourself drinking a glass of wine with Kamala. Let's put it that way. That, it's less have a beer with and more have a nice rosé with. There we go. You look really cute tonight. Thank you. It's this top. It makes my boobs look really good. Okay, folks. We have now been going for 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Thank you to everyone who supported the stream so far. I appreciate you like nobody's business, all right? Top looks really comfortable. It is. It's kind of like a little crop top situation. It's cute. Have you listened to Brat? No. But that's just because I don't listen to music. All right, folks. I need to use the bathroom. When I return, we are going to dive in finally to this Elon Musk, Jordan B. Peterson situation. And well, we'll see how it goes. Also, I guess I'll have to talk about the Peterson Academy, which apparently launched today, and my goodness, I'm excited. I just saw this as I went to set up the Elon and Jordan video. Holy shit, this looks incredible. So I need to pee so bad, and when I get back, we'll cover this, okay? BRB.
Imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
Who we can be unburdened by who we have been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has 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 been. Unburdened by what has been, believing in what can be. What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has 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 been. What can be, what should be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. See what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Unburdened by what has been and knowing what can be. Have a sense of vision about what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been. What was possible unburdened by what has been. What can be 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 unburdened by what has been. That can be unburdened by what has been. There are those who are unable to see what can be. But there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
darkness where Joe despaired, she came out and said right there, I prosecuted crooks like him. I know his type, I know what he likes. He's beyond creepy. Do you think we just fell out of a coconut tree? Hey, 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 coconut gang, who you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell him, we will not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Epstein's plane dough 174, what you doing when cops come knocking on your door? Divorced 3 times, out of line, some say he even didn't pay his fines. Hey, hey, coconut gang, who you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell him, we will not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Oh, we'll not go back. Heart of the country, the people rejoice, our vote will show our voice. Come November, women will remember this man took away our rights. Hey, 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 coconut gang, who you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell him, we will not go back. Hey, coconut gang, who you say's gonna win today? Trump's a felon, she's gonna tell him, we will not go back.
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live.
What can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be, unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you?
Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Man, I wish I had tacos. Hey, Low Key Fox. We love that song. Hell yeah. Well, thanks to Christina, who made it. Hey, hey, hey. Okay. All right, folks. I'm trying to see. Should we do the Elon Musk one? Yeah, we gotta do Elon. All right. So, folks, before I skedaddled just there, now I'm back. I happened to see Jordan Peterson's pinned post, and Oh boy, it's a doozy. 10 hours ago, sophistication equals attractiveness. Limited pre-enrollment available at petersonacademy.com. Limited pre-enrollment is now available at petersonacademy.com. Onward and upward, ladies and gentlemen. 18 beautiful courses, 3 new courses monthly, AI testing, and the integrated social media platform. Let's take education back. Let's see here. Let's see what you got, Jordy.
Why did I decide to build an online university? Well,
there is a crisis now in higher education.
The president of Harvard University resigned today.
Can we start the countdown clock right now? To when this inevitably ends as a scam lawsuit and gets sued into oblivion? Can we, like, the countdown has now officially started, right?
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's code of conduct?
We have a problem of affordability and cost, spiraling student loans. We have a groupthink emerging, and that warps the entire academic enterprise.
I experimented with putting...
We have a whole groupthink happening right now. That's why we need to make sure we wall off our educational institutions from anyone who thinks different than us.
my lectures online and found that I could teach far more people at very low cost than I could at the university. And I thought, well, why not scale that? What I'm hoping to do is to find the best lectures in the world.
Oh, man, dude. Oh, man, dude. I know, I recognize some of these names. Oh, my God. This is a lawsuit in waiting. Oh, my God.
And to bring them to as wide as possible an audience.
He came to me and he basically said, I want you to do the best course that you've always wanted to do.
We want to bring you the highest quality education possible at the lowest possible price.
It's extremely high-level content that anybody can use to educate themselves, and it's available to everybody.
Well, that would be good. I think it's funny, because I got canceled at the university, so I could try to return the favor. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, God. You know, incredible stuff from Jordan B. Peterson. Let's check out the Peterson Academy, shall we? What's going on over here? The Peterson Academy. Education devoid of ideology, affordable to all, taught by the best. I'm sorry. You're teaching Plato devoid of ideology? Yeah, this is... Plato's right here, man. You have ideology in the Sermon on the Mount, my guy. I can't think of anything that might be more ideological than the things you literally have right on that page behind those words. That's crazy. The psychology of social status is right here. That has everything to do with ideology, man. Pre-enrollment grants early access to Peterson Academy on August 21st, 2024, 3 weeks before the public launch on September 9th. Your profile will be given an early adopter badge. Pre-enrollment for early access ends on August 20th at 11:59 p.m. PDT. The public launch of the platform and further enrollment continues on September 9th. New video courses every month. Expert 8-hour courses by professors from Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, and more. Challenge your intellect, increase your sophistication, expand your understanding. Oh, wait, is this sophistication equals attractiveness? Increase your sophistication. Oh, he's literally saying that by going to his school, you become hotter. That's incredible. We found profound and practical knowledge in humanities, finance, health, fitness, sciences, and more. You know, fields famously devoid of any ideology. Each course is thoughtfully selected to enrich your life and encourage meaningful conversations, offering an education that informs and transforms, but without any ideology, okay? Incredible, man. Gotta say, this cover art goes hard for this class. It's one thing I'll say. Test your comprehension. Join a motivated community. It's $450? You're gonna pay $450 to be taught by these dipshits and then tested by an AI to see if the AI thinks you understand the material. Are you kidding me? No, these people don't even, like, grade the tests? Yeah, once you get in there, they're gonna milk you for, like, another $1,000. My God. The reverse Turing test? Yeah. Goodness gracious. No, thank you. Anyway. Let's see here. We need... Here it is, folks. We're diving in. All right. Oh, what?
The images of former President Trump
What? What? Okay.
narrowly avoiding an assassin's bullet this weekend should be utterly incomprehensible. But while the world watched in shock, there was a sinking realization. This is not nearly as surprising as it should be. There's a pattern, it's disturbing. The violence against our democracy and anybody who dares to stand up against the left's radical agenda continues to ramp up. Here at the Daily Wire, this tragedy has only strengthened our resolve to expose.
Here at the Daily Wire, we're using this tragedy to get you to give us money. Give us money. Aren't you scared? Get amazing entertainment right now. All right.
Modern people often ask themselves,
Is this another goddamn trailer? Are you kidding me? All right.
You're most welcome to be.
So the...
Wait, do they have an intro video? Like, I love that Jordan Peterson will like one of his famous bits, right, is like, well, what does love mean? Sorry, what does... Nope. Oh, nope. I can't do, you know, for whatever reason, I can't do Jordan B. Peterson right now. I'm sorry. But he'll do like, what does love mean? What does the mean? What does of mean? What does me mean? You know, he'll make really big, you know, statements and talk about how you need to know the definitions of the words, and then he'll talk about wokeness. And by wokeness, he means like 10 million things with enough plausible deniability to say that, no, he wasn't being racist, you just didn't understand. You know, like, he will zero in to try and define and nitpick as many words out of a phrase as possible to render it meaningless. in his analysis. But then when he talks about the things he believes, he'll just be like, oh, yeah, Grok is less woke than ChatGPT. Well, what does that mean, actually? What does that idea mean to Jordan B. Peterson? I would love him to articulate it.
But
Holy shit, understanding video, audio, and images is an entire ballpark of understanding the media literacy and psychology, language, etc. that goes back to a functioning social person, and I really don't trust Peterson and Musk to be the people to lead that discussion. Well, here's the thing you need to understand about this, right? Here's what you need to understand about what they're talking about right now. It's nonsense. Elon Musk is talking about how his cars are basically autonomous robots with 4 wheels. No, they're not. They're not. They can't drive themselves without human supervision. Like, on top of that, is the AI understanding things on multiple levels? No, because the AI doesn't understand anything. It's a large language model. It is using predictive models to put together sentences to respond to input. That's it. Like, images are just another part of a data set, but the kind of thinking that Jordan B. Peterson is asking about and Elon is, yammering about, no, we're nowhere close to that. We're nowhere close to that. This is hypothetical technology that they're talking about. Like, it's advanced technology that they have right now. It's just not... That isn't anywhere near where we are right now.
Say Gemini.
I gotta say, guys, this is like a fear-mongering tactic that a lot of folks use in conservative circles, or even like people who are data nerds get really worried about, like, oh, South Korea, it's below the replacement level, like, it's going to completely die out. And it's like, no, that's not what's going to happen. The population might contract. That certainly could happen. But, like, is it going to contract to the point where, like, no one exists in South Korea anymore? No, it's not. Like, what are we on about here, guys? Yeah, this is nonsense that they're worrying about. That argument is like, if everyone falls over and dies, the planet will be depopulated. Yeah, basically. What if all of humanity just suddenly starts suffering from the same disease that killed Queen Amidala in Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith? What if that happened, but to everybody, and everyone just lost the will to live? That'd be pretty terrible, wouldn't it? Like, that's the level of discourse we're on right now. With these intellectual giants. Who cancels who?
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Well, Forlorn, one thing to understand, all this worry about birth rates really stems from, like, the Malthusian understanding of economics, which is that essentially this obsession with the idea that the planet has an ideal carrying capacity for humanity, and therefore, like, the population will need to die since there's a limit on resources, and then it will be kind of like every man for himself, kind of a Mad Max situation. That's a very bad summary of Malthusian economic ideas. But essentially, antinatalism kind of grows out of that, and, like, yeah. So it does have a record going back, but it has turned out to be very incorrect quite a bit of the time.
Here,
Copyright Fortress? Oh no. Oh no. It's okay. We'll be okay, folks. Hold tight. Be strong. Be strong for mama. All right? Be strong for me, chat. We'll be okay. Everyone will be okay. I know we're fine on Twitch. We're not fine on YouTube. Everyone's so sad. Everyone's so sad. I just got hit with Judge Matt Walsh's signature move. It's true. YouTube just kicked you off. I'm aware. I can see chat freaking out. I will be back momentarily. It will be okay. I'm gonna be back. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Twitch is still up, guys. It's gonna be okay. No, I don't even have to flip it to Twitch, guys. It's gonna come back on the YouTube. It's going back on the YouTube. It's probably already back by now. Daily Wire's evil. Look, it's not even a copyright strike on my channel, guys. It's just, yeah. We're okay. We're okay, I promise. Yeah. It will come back. True with outro. True. Bye-bye. What happened if not a copyright strike? There's a difference between a copyright strike and a DMCA claim. If YouTube detects like a DMCA claim situation, then they will like shut down the live stream temporarily until they no longer detect the DMCA-able material. We back, baby! So there's a difference between a DMCA ding, which is just like, oh, we're gonna siphon the revenue off of what the thing you made, versus the copyright strike, which is like you get 3 of those and then they destroy your channel. So well, yeah, I get like a DMCA claim. I got a DMCA claim on this video already, and I know that just by playing that Kamala Harris campaign ad that had a Beyonce song in it. Okay. She has returned unburdened by what has been. Yeah. Mulser Bright Raven, thank you very much for the sub over on Twitch. I appreciate it. At 3 copyright strike, you get a predator drone strike. It's true. That is how it works. Does that mean we can still watch the vid? Yeah, you can still watch the vid. But it does mean I'm not going to do the rest of this Jordan B. Peterson segment, unfortunately. But that's okay, because here's one of the most important things, folks. Here is Elon Musk's trans daughter. The main reason I wanted to cover this, of course, is that the interview went super viral, and essentially, in that interview, Elon Musk tells Jordan B. Peterson that his son was killed by the woke mind virus. And the reason I put son in air quotes is because actually Elon Musk's child is trans and woman. And when she turned 18 years old, she basically filed for a name change to completely and utterly distance herself from Elon Musk. She goes by Vivian Wilson now. And
unburdened by ad revenue. Looking forward to what will be. WA.
Paladin, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you. Yes, I do not rely on ad revenue, and it's folks like you that allow this stream to continue unburdened by what has been. And Banana Brains, I'm happy to shout it out. I just don't know anything about it. I was going to be on it, but I missed it by like a half hour. But yes, I hear Dead Domain did really good work. I don't know exactly the details about that, but shout out to Dead Domain. We all love Dead Domain. And anyway, Vivian Wilson, changed her name at 18 years old, has nothing more to do with her father. Here's a very short statement from her.
It is Vivian Jenna Wilson. I'm just going to come on here and say that I'm doing well. I'm doing fine, actually. And I am formulating a response and whatnot. It's being worked on. It's being worked on. Just hold your goddamn horses for 5 more seconds, okay? I promise it's getting worked on. It is Vivian Jenna.
So, basically, too quiet, too bad. So basically, she's doing okay. How can you not hear her?
I'm just gonna come on here and say that I'm doing well.
It's so bizarre how the audio gets from me to you guys, because to me, she's loud as shit. Like, I can't, if I make it louder for me, I will burst my eardrums. But she seems cool. Yes, that's the main point. The main point of this statement is that she's doing okay. But in the interview, Elon Musk basically dead named her over and over and over again, talked about how she was dead to him. Basically the worst case scenario for any kind of parent of a trans person to go with. You know, like when a trans person comes out, like this is about the worst case scenario for it. Didn't hear a word she said. I don't care. Go back and turn it up. I fucking hell, guys. Fine.
I'm doing fine, actually. And I am formulating a response and whatnot. It's being worked on. It's being worked on. Just hold your goddamn horses for 5 more seconds, okay? I promise it's getting worked on. It is Vivian Jenna Wilson. I'm just gonna come.
There you go. There we go. I turned it up to 600% volume. Okay, cool. This is way too loud. I agree. Bursting my eardrums for you people. But anyway, she's doing fine. I'm gonna rip my hair out. I swear to Christ. But yeah, basically, shitbag dad scenario. She did an exclusive interview with NBC News. Let's just take a quick look at that. Elon Musk's transgender daughter, in her first interview, says he berated her for being queer as a child. In an exclusive interview, Vivian Jenna Wilson said her father's recent statements, including that she is not a girl, inspired her to speak out. I'm not just going to let that slide. What a badass, by the way. She claimed in the interview that he was an absent father who was cruel to her as a child for being queer and feminine. She's 20 years old now. Okay. He alleged he'd been tricked into authorizing trans-related medical treatment for her when she was 16. Yeah, so basically he's in his interview with Dr. Well, I guess not Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, he basically said he'd been tricked by his teenage daughter into like green lighting the treatments. Yeah. Okay. But according to Vivian, that has crossed the line. I think he was under the assumption I wasn't going to say anything and I would just let this go unchallenged, Wilson said in a phone interview. Which I'm not going to do, because if you're going to lie about me, like blatantly to an audience of millions, I'm not just going to let that slide. Wilson said that for as long as she could remember, Musk hadn't been a supportive father. She said he was rarely present in her life, leaving her and her siblings to be cared for by their mother or by nannies, even though Musk had joint custody. And he said Musk berated her when he was present. He was cold, she said. He was very quick to anger. He is uncaring and narcissistic. Wilson said that when she was a child, Musk would harass her for exhibiting feminine traits and pressure her to appear more masculine, including by pushing her to deepen her voice as early as elementary school. What the hell? I was in 4th grade. We went on this road trip that I didn't know was actually just an advertisement for one of their cars. I don't remember which one, and he was constantly yelling at me viciously because my voice was too high. It was cruel. Musk didn't respond to a request for comment. Damn, dude. So, yeah, he bullied his own elementary school kid. Like, we all knew he was a monster. This isn't surprising. But, yeah, it takes on a different tone, I think, when it becomes more personally identifiable like this. Wilson and her twin brother were born to Musk's first wife, author Justine Musk. The couple divorced in 2008, and Wilson said her parents shared custody between their homes in the Los Angeles area. Musk, 53, is among the wealthiest people in the world. Thanks for letting us know that. I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form, she said in the court filing in 2022. She told NBC News that at the time she was surprised by the media attention to the court filing, which she submitted when she was 18. She said in the interview that she stands by what she wrote, though she said she might have tried to be more eloquent had she known the coverage it would get. And, fair girl, fair. Wilson said that she hadn't spoken to Musk in about 4 years and that she refused to be defined by him. She hadn't spoke before she filed for a name change. She hadn't spoken to her father since she was 16 years old. Like, how do you ignore your own child for years, man? Crazy. Yeah, here's the quote from Elon Musk. I lost my son, essentially. He used Wilson's birth name, also known as a dead name for transgender people, and said she was dead, killed by the woke mind virus. In a post on X, Musk said Monday that Wilson was, quote, born gay and slightly autistic, and that at age 4, she certainly fit certain gay stereotypes, such as loving musicals and using the exclamation fabulous to describe certain clothing. Wilson told NBC News that the anecdotes aren't true, though she did act stereotypically feminine in other ways as a child. He made up that she likes musicals, man. He made up that she was using the, that's fabulous as a 4-year-old. Are you kidding me? He's so homophobic and transphobic that, he can't. What are the gays like? Musicals. Yeah. They like musicals, like Oklahoma. Yeah, and they also like fabulous clothing. Good golly, man. What a shit father. It's not hard to just, love your children as they are. It's not hard. He doesn't know what I was like as a child because he quite simply wasn't there, she wrote. And in the little time that he was, I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. I've been reduced to a happy little stereotype, she continued. I think that says a lot about how he views queer people and children in general. She's got him dead to rights. She's got him dead to rights, folks. I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that, and we're making some progress, he said. I don't know why I did a little Australian in there. I'm sorry to our friends down under. Yeah. Wilson was also mentioned in a biography of Musk by author Walter Isaacson, a book that she told NBC News was inaccurate and unfair to her. The book refers to her politics as radical Marxism, quoting Musk's sister-in-law Christina Musk, but Wilson says she's not a Marxist, though she said she does oppose wealth inequality. The book also calls her by her middle name, Jenna. Weird. Wilson said Isaacson never reached out to her directly ahead of publication. In a phone interview Thursday, Isaacson said he had reached out to Wilson through family members. Yo! Well, I asked if you were okay with it by asking someone else to ask you. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. All right. Wilson told NBC News that for years she had considered speaking out about Musk's behavior as a parent and as a person, but that she could no longer remain silent after his comments Monday. She said she had never received an explanation for why her father spent so little time with her and her siblings, behavior that she now views as strange, which, yeah, it is strange. He was there, I want to say, maybe 10% of the time. That's generous. He had half custody, and he fully was not there. It was just a fact of life at the time, so I don't think I realized just how abnormal of an experience it was. Wilson said she came out twice in life, once as gay in 8th grade, aww, and a second time as transgender when she was 16, aww. She said that she doesn't recall Musk's response the first time, and that she wasn't present when Musk heard from others that she was transgender because by then the pandemic had started and she was living full-time with her mother. Yo, he didn't even visit her with half custody. Like, he didn't go visit her during the pandemic? He was such a minor force in her life that, like, she didn't even come out to him directly. Like, he heard through other people. That's crazy. This is good. Of her mother, Wilson says she's very supportive. I love her a lot. I was essentially tricked into signing documents, Musk said, using her birth name. This was before I had really any understanding of what was going on, and we have COVID going on, he said, adding that he was told she might commit suicide, which is true when you deny medical treatment to people who need medical treatment. That is a distinct possibility, actually. Wilson said that in 2020, when she was still a minor at 16, she wanted to start treatment for severe gender dysphoria, but needed the consent of both parents under California law. She said that her mother was supportive, but that Musk initially wasn't. She said she texted him about it for a while. I was trying to do this for months, and he said I had to go meet with him in person. At that point, it was very clear that we both had a very distinct disdain for each other. Oh, man. When she eventually went and gave him the medical forms, she said, he read them at least twice, once with her and then once again on his own before he signed them. He was not by any means tricked. He knew the full side effects, she said. She took the puberty blockers before she switched to hormone replacement therapy. Treatments, she said, were life-saving for her and other transgender people. They save lives. Let's not get that twisted, she said. They've definitely allowed me to thrive. She said she felt judged by Musk and Peterson in the Monday interview for not being at a high enough risk in their eyes. I have basically been put into a point where, to a group of people, I have to basically prove whether or not I was suicidal or not to warrant medically transitioning. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Yeah, like, what? Seriously, what do you have to do? Like, as a trans person, what do you have to do? Do you have to have, like, the knife at your throat? Do you have to, like, be bleeding already? Like, what do we have to do to convince, like, these conservatives that we are at risk? You know? Like, this is really... you know, I'm asking somewhat facetiously, but, like, genuinely, it's really difficult to convey what it's like living with, like, strong inclinations towards ending it. It's really hard to convey, and a lot of people don't get it, and they think you're lying. It's like, no, we've been there before. Too many of us have been there before. And that's kind of the thing, right? Like I see evil Nala there. 2 attempts at suicide never convinced my mom, and I'm sorry about that. But that's the reality. The reality is that there is no proof that can be provided towards that point. There's no point where the evidence becomes, in their eyes at least, close to justifying medical treatment for transgender dysphoria. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Lady Raincloud. Have I ever seen or heard Pink Floyd's movie The Wall? I have indeed. I don't know. The fact that Elon Musk can just go on, I was about to say television, but I guess it's on Twitter, and I don't know, like call into question his daughter's suicidality. There's something uniquely fucked about that. There's a malice to that. A level of weaponized ignorance and malice to that. Like there's an element of like wanting your child dead to that. And I think it is the same kind of malice that lives in a lot of cisgender parents' hearts. And what I mean by that is, like, on a certain level, there are parents out there who would prefer to have dead kids that they can tell everyone, oh, they were cis. It'd be less embarrassing for them than if they had an alive trans kid. And that's really disgusting. There's something really uniquely fucked about that particular perspective. And unfortunately, it's a common one among conservative households. It's in mine. It's in the household of way too many parents of trans kids. And it's really sad. Because the people who are, encouraging the worst responses to coming out are those parents. I'm sorry, OS Crane. So a lot of this story hit really hard for me. And it's a lot easier to deal with when it's like, when I get to make fun of Elon Musk being like a dingus or, whatever. But like, the kernel of truth in the center of this is that man wants to kill his daughter. He wants her dead. Now, can I prove that? No. But do I believe that? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because if he wanted her alive, there's a pathway to do that. There's a pathway to facilitate that. And that pathway doesn't include going on with Jordan B. Peterson, dead naming her for 2 hours, and belittling her for his own aggrandizement. Now, this is the man who would love the media circus of a dead kid. Just calling it like I see it. Elon Musk is disgusting. And More people should acknowledge that. He has money, he could do anything horrible to her. I'm concerned about her safety. I'm concerned about her safety too, frankly. Yeah. Came out to my parents at least 8 years ago in my mid-20s. They never came around, claimed I had rapid onset gender dysphoria and that I would never be accepted as a man by other men. I still am transitioning. It's a struggle, but I'm happier accepting myself with a boyfriend who loves me and communities like yours. And yeah, we do accept you, Dark Slimo. We accept everybody here. Do you think she would come on the show? I genuinely have no idea. Let me put it this way. If I was in any way associated with like a major current event, I wouldn't come on my show. Like there are better, more prominent platforms. I'd be happy to have her on to talk about it, but I get the feeling she's probably not interested in that. Who, Kamala Harris? No, Vivian Wilson. We need to get Jack a segment manager. What? What do you mean? Guess what, Dad? I'm a success. I transitioned at work, still working for 16 years, have a partner of 8 years, have a house, a car, doing good. Yeah. Oh, like a booker. Yeah, I need to get someone who can like frankly, I need to get someone. I need to get the time and figure out how to incorporate having like an editor / booker, you know? Need a little bit of column B, a little of column A. Yeah, Salmon Moose, my schedule is a pain in the ass. That's the other thing. I need a consistent schedule, and my life has just been really, really crazy at the moment. I think things will quiet down after the general election, I hope. So my hope would be that after the general, I can like slow down a little bit, maybe even take like a week or 2 off to just like figure out how things are going to be. It will also be easier after I move in with Clarice. I have a contractor. We're going to like make a studio in her basement. We're going to do a thing. We're going to have my own space and hopefully move in sometime next year. Is that in the cards? Yes. Yes, it is. So after I have my own workspace and just the one workstation, then I should be in a much better situation. Yeah, it'll be like a studio. When's the wedding? No date yet. Maybe she'll make an honest woman out of you too. Yeah, maybe. Moving in with Clarice. I mean, it's still a ways off, but yeah. Mobbed up union contractors? Not sure. Sounds amazing. Very adult. Well, yeah. It's just like we live like half an hour away from each other, and like the back and forth is getting like, you know, it's a lot. If I go over to visit and then come back, that's like an hour of my day. It's a lot. So it just makes sense. Plus we love each other and stuff. But yeah. But gonna have a studio, and like maybe once the studio situation is figured out, once the move is done, once like all of the ducks are in a row and like things have calmed down on the other side of the election, then maybe maybe I can like get the rest of this sorted, you know? That's the sapphic experience. Yeah, Vivian might go on a Demon Mama or Vosh stream. Both, like, Demon Mama's like, what, 5 times my size? All I'm hearing is that you're gay. It's true! How did you find out? You have all the faith in the world in you? I mean, I feel like I punch as a content creator. I punch way above my weight. Like, in terms of how many of you guys, like, turn out to actually watch my content, interact with me, you know, talk with me. Like, I think this community is really, really strong, and I think we can go really far together. And, you know, I got no plans to stop anytime soon. So let's keep putting our best foot forward, huh? That dang dad moved to your state recently? Oh, that'd be fun. It would also be fun to like put together like maybe like a interview space in the studio where like I can do like have people physically present. That could be cool. We tighten it in this bitch? We are. All right. Well, we aren't going to finish that Jordan Peterson interview, sadly. Kind of banking on that as a source of content, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Let's check in with one Steven Crowder. If I win the lotto jackpot, Jack is going to have a producer and a salary. That'd be pretty cool. Let's see. This is from 2 days ago, okay? Kamala Harris. You know, it's Steven Crowder reacting to Kamala Harris. Let's see.
Moving from topic
oh my God.
To topic, no one had a chance to interrupt. It was quite hypnotic.
Fighting all night and day. Fighting all night and day. I get shot down, but I get up again.
Oh my God. You made a song parody in like a week about his attempted assassination? Are you kidding? Yeah, it's such a big deal we made this. Now you guys are saying it's too loud now. It's too loud. Okay.
Far from a one-hit wonder, Mug Club, not like Chumbawamba, does great work. You should consider joining ladderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club. We get back up, don't we, folks? With our mugs, we hold them high. Dub thumper.
Oh boy.
Jeez. Guys didn't put
That was an abrupt.
Guys didn't put the fade on the end.
Guys didn't put the fade on it. Somebody is going to be on the unemployment line. So, there's a really fade for glad. that.
Job is fading.
What? Why are you quoting Muppet Christmas Carol? Why? Did he buy a depressing ass billboard? Look, when you're in midlife crisis and going through a serious divorce, okay, you make some not wise choices, all right? He's looking extremely divorced these days. Yeah, we're rapidly approaching Joel from the Last of Us territory.
Your life is fading. Somebody's gonna catch the unemployment fade.
It was my fault.
It's okay. No one cares. Hey, I care about you. Cancel this paycheck. Okay. Now, but if you're wondering, hey, what is that? We actually, over the break, just released our first major billboard campaign. Starts in Dallas, Texas.
Oh my God, he's boasting about his billboard campaign. Are you, dog? I know what gets to the kids these days. Billboards for days. You know what I saw the TikTok? People talking about how billboards are bigger than ever these days. Billboards are the future, I say. Oh man, dude.
You can go see the Build the Wall Change My Mind. It's actually Live Oak Street, the corner of Live Oak Street and North Olive Street. Or N Olive Street is what your GPS, your cocky GPS will tell you. So if you post a selfie of your, that's redundant. Post a selfie or have someone else take a picture of you, send in your videos or your pictures and post it. Tag us on social, whether it's X, whether it's Instagram, and use the hashtag Build the Wall. Gonna be some prizes in there for you. What? What just happened?
Can we fire Tim too?
What just happened?
I hit the claim.
Hit the claim. Well, I guess technically that's a claim.
It's a claim, but I meant to put that.
You'll be making a claim for unemployment.
Tim's hoping to get a free Mug Club subscription. Go put a picture up with yourself in front of the wall, all right?
You will be making the unemployment claim. By the way, make sure that we fire him with cause so that he can't make it.
Yeah.
I'm recording that.
Ha ha ha, we have a lot of legal issues with former employees. Ha ha
ha. Just you remember the time that he groped the intern?
I can't.
And we said, and we were tolerant, but we can't.
Steven, you did that. Steven, you were the one who was groping people in your workplace. Why are you making jokes about other people groping folks when, like, the main person at your place of employment that is accused of groping people and exposing himself to coworkers is you, bud? That's a you problem.
Can't tolerate it anymore.
And it was a male intern.
I don't know. Yeah,
it's weird.
Exactly. So I wouldn't expect.
Oh, are they just straight up openly talking about not gay Jared?
Uncle Sam.
That's how every intern full time.
All right.
Okay, yeah, no, they're talking about not gay Jared. Like that's exactly what they're doing. This is crazy.
Everyone settled in?
I think.
Are we pros?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Jesus.
we have a lot to get to. It looks like Kamala Harris is going to be the candidate. It's looking increasingly as though that is a possibility because she obviously is securing the delegates. All those super delegates. And she gave her first speech yesterday, which is really weird. There was a recording of Joe Biden calling in, kind of. We didn't really see it. The feed doesn't work. And their feed, by the way. We'll be fact-checking it. She made a bunch of claims about former Vice President Joe Biden, which are false. She made a bunch of claims about Donald Trump, which are false. Of course, all the references available to you, link in the description, or go to louderwithcreditor.com. And, of course, the head of the Secret Service, Cheetle, with a T, was grilled yesterday. We have the highlights for you, as well as kind of the need to know. I think the key issue here is that there were additional security requests that were denied from the Trump team, the Trump campaign. She tried to wiggle out and say, not for this one exact.
No, guys, look, juries are only good when they convict the people we want them to convict, okay? That's what we've learned here.
Exactly. Not for this event specifically. Also, we couldn't possibly be expected to protect the presidential nominee because there was a sloped roof.
Be careful of the slopes.
Picture this level of ineptitude anywhere outside of the federal government? That's my question for you today.
Hey, Stephen, quick question. If we're holding the federal government responsible for this, can we also hold the federal government responsible for things like D-Day? For, like, storming the beaches of Normandy? Because it seems like we trusted them to do that part, all right? I think it worked out.
Where else do people get to perform their job this poorly and maintain it? Would it work at your company? If kind of the one thing you were tasked with doing, you didn't? I'm old-fashioned that way. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube at some point today, you will likely see this. Head on over to Rumble, because what are you doing watching on YouTube anyway? We're not going to be self-censoring on YouTube. So, you know, sometimes we know we got to go to Rumble. Number 2, CEO Captain Morgan, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I think I have an ear thing, because I keep feeling like my ears are just like I'm getting my voice back really loud to myself.
It's the headphones that you have on?
Is it my headphones?
That's what puts the sound back. Okay.
I'm trying to think of how to put you in the...
The vibes are really off on this this episode, guys. Like, really, really off. Like we're 5 minutes in and he's threatened to, like, fire 2 of his employees and explicitly talked about how he fired a different one. People watch this? Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, it's a channel with 5.75 million subscribers, and this live stream got 142,000 views. Like, that's a lot of views, but, like, not great considering the subscriber base.
I mean, theoretically, I'd have to do it to myself.
And when you...
I mean, I don't have a lot of room to talk, I guess.
Hear this, you know him, you love him. You can go and see him July 28th at the Dallas Comedy Club. See all of his dates at jfirestein.com. Josh, how are you?
Good. Not a lot of dates on the website, but I'm looking for a lovely lady or man to set some with me.
What?
Nice.
To what? To, like, go for walks on the beach?
No, like to hire me to do your kids.
Okay.
Bar mitzvahs.
I do kids parties, bar mitzvahs.
Yeah,
do
that's true.
weddings. Yeah.
You do a great duo act.
Is he doing a bit, or does he actually do those things?
With Will I Am.
I am Will Not.
Yes.
It's a bad duo.
He does a lot of the DJing. I don't know where that's supposed to go. So, look, before we get to the Kamala Harris speech, okay, I need to address something really quickly. There's a lot of speculation out there. Some people are saying that they can confirm that Joe Biden is dead. We're not going to be doing that.
Because you can't. Also, literally, like, maybe an hour or 2 after this, he was seen in public.
Okay, we're not going to be making claims that are completely unsubstantiated. I'm not going to say that it's outside the realm of possibility. Have you looked at actuary tables? So, that being said, the White House is not doing a good job at sort of addressing these concerns. For example, just yesterday, a world leader showed up to D.C., and there were no White House officials to meet him.
Good. Fuck him.
Is that Stelter?
It's a stand-in for him.
That's Kevin O'Leary. The burden of proof is it sits straight with the White House right now. Explain what's going on.
That's insane.
You need to explain what's going on. You cannot keep people in the dark and then expect them to act reasonably. And there are plenty of people who I will say...
Keep them in the dark about what? Like, what do you think is being done here? Like, what are you alleging? Like, none of this adds up to anything. Like, you're just kind of saying, well, what if there was something, though? Which doesn't make sense.
Are acting in an entirely unreasonable fashion. But that's where we are. All right, let's go to Kamala Harris. Want to go to this speech?
Yeah, really quickly.
Oh, wait, there are CCs. Sorry, Banana Brains. There you go.
Kamala didn't need
I assumed because this was a live stream, it wouldn't have the closed captioning.
To leave to go do this speech that we're about to talk about so badly that she would snub the world leader, maybe stay there and do your job while, Joseph Biden is potentially alive somewhere else. Just stay there and do that.
Why do you have to?
I said potentially.
Why do you have to imply that?
No, but it's most likely.
Yeah, it was weird though. Like it felt like you have a Super Bowl party and then you let your kids answer the door.
Yeah.
Like, man, I thought I was going to a party, not a freaking.
Right. But why do you have to imply that he's assuming room temperature? Why do you have to imply that maybe they're crafting a hologram that can serve out his last several months? You don't need to imply that they have a body double.
Most likely.
I don't like the implication that he's clearly dead and they're trotting out his corpse.
50.01% chance.
Do they have a Joe C or Joe B?
I don't like the implication that he's dead and Jill Biden is pulling the strings. I don't say that he's dead and that Barack Obama is licking his chops. Stop it, Gerald. You're better than that? You're better than that. Now,
how dare you?
Kamala. Hey, how you doing, sweetheart?
Yeah. Hey, baby.
Yeah. Holy shit. What the fuck? So I think we've reached the rock bottom. Huh. So, just so we're clear, they taped Kamala Harris's, like a printout of Kamala Harris's face to what appears to be a blow-up doll. And then had it spread its legs. Uh-huh. Yeah, this is pretty bad. They never really got over Obama. Yeah, no. Yeah. No, like this is weirdly both very racist and very sexist. Like we're in some next level. Yeah, this is honestly, serial killer I think is like a good. I'm screen capping this. I haven't seen anybody talk about this. This is crazy.
We were hanging out in a parking lot.
Yeah, we were right behind the Dairy Queen. I gave her a blizzard, that's for sure.
Hey.
Man. Love this new again. Remember when I talked about how Republicans literally can't help themselves? Conservatives can't help themselves, guys. They can't help how racist and sexist they are and want to be towards Kamala Harris. And like literally within like a week, within like 3 days of announcing that she's running for president, these guys like fucked her in effigy, I guess. That's the implication, right? Like that they had sex with that sex doll? Like that's why the mouth is open. Like I don't know, this is really gross and off-putting and weird. And you know what? I hope they keep doing it. Largely because optically, this is a goddamn nightmare. No one on the fence sees anything remotely approaching this and is like, yeah, this is fine. They probably didn't have sex with the sex doll because it isn't the couch. Well, yeah, they're trying to imply that she's a Nancy Reagan, but like, it doesn't work, really. It's not really applicable to her career. But like, I don't know, kind of seems like, let me put it this way, guys. Let me put it this way. This looks like someone fucked it. All right. The condition of the face on the sex doll looks like someone in that office definitely had sex with that sex doll. And honestly, they're all gross enough to have done it. Not that there's anything wrong with having a sex doll, but putting, like, someone else's face on it is really gross and weird and violating.
You mean you turned her upside down and nothing came out?
Yeah, nothing.
Man, I forgot that they were in the middle of talking about sexually violating the vice president.
I was hoping to get my money back. I was hoping a wig would fall off or
She gave her first speech since former Vice President Biden officially dropped out. And question to you, how do you think this goes? Do you think that Kamala, I'm not going to keep saying Kamala because I prefer to say it that way. Do you think that she's a more difficult candidate? Do you think that she's a more formidable candidate? How are you feeling about the prospects of Donald Trump winning right now? Comment below. Her speech yesterday, which was very awkward, and I warn you, the feed was bad, period, from the local news source, so please hold your chats, had kind of three main sort of, I guess, it was a three-pronged approach. All right, let's go with that. She, first off, talked about she was like receiving Biden's blessing, all that stuff, okay. Then she made a bunch of claims about former Vice President Biden's record. False. And then she made a bunch of claims regarding President Trump's record. I don't think it's ever been more clear that they don't have a leg to stand on, and so they're just going to lie. So let's go through this. But before we go through her speech, we do have former Vice President Biden's weird and quite discussed cameo.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
Sorry, right clip. But I don't understand how she hasn't been to. I mean, first off, it's a horrible answer.
It is.
Second, how has she not been to Europe? I mean, she's vice
really
president.
Not been to Europe?
So
Can
is
we fact
she?
check this?
Is she lying? In which case, why?
Why was that like a point?
Yeah.
Yeah. I also haven't been to Europe. What do you want from me?
I've been to the moon.
Yeah. The follow-up should have been like, okay, that's not. Wait. You haven't been to Europe?
Yeah.
You're vice president.
And I'm also not qualified for the job.
Yeah. Okay.
Details.
All right, clip it. Run it on social. Okay. That was the wrong clip. The right clip. Here's the other right clip.
We love Joe and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do. Everybody here does.
It's mutual.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe. Joe, are you watching? You hear this clapping? Can you see it?
I'm watching. I'm watching.
We love you, Joe. Like, how is this bad? I'm waiting for them to try and make this bad. How is this bad? Is it just woman laugh bad?
You're the best, kid.
There is still more work to do, and our nation will continue to praise his bold and visionary leadership as president. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And it is my great honor to have Joe's endorsement in this race.
You sure do.
Now, to be clear, the feed, that's the original feed. I don't know why it was so grainy. They had some technical issues, nothing like working it out before the first major speech. And I know it sounds, some people said it's AI Joe.
Wait, that's not the first major speech. It was a small gathering to address, like, staffers.
You know, Kamala slipped up and at one point mentioned that he may be a recording. Yeah. But it's easy to get confused, discombobulated, because he wasn't actually talking to her.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense, I guess.
Man, the hardest part about working with Steven Crowder would be having to pretend all the time that he's funny. That'd be the hardest part, I think.
That's the first proof of life we've seen from him in a while.
Well, he loves kids.
Put a kid around him and
Yeah, you know what? That's a really good point. They are this incensed by a woman laughing that they put her face on a sex doll. Yeah, that woman laughing is really weird and off-putting. Anyway, here's this woman's that woman that we're making fun of. We put her face on a sex doll. We're definitely in touch with what is not weird and off-putting.
he'll be drawn out.
Netanyahu's like, that's why he missed me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, I get it.
It's like they just put kids on a windowsill like a pie with Yogi Bear. He just... I smell some underage biscuits.
Oh.
More suspiciously, this is actually how the call recording, however you want to put it, with Joe started.
It is so good to hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call, and we've been talking every day.
And the oh crap!
Ha! Play! Hit play! Hit play!
Hit play! Hurry!
All right. So everyone's talking about that because it's funny, it's weird. This whole campaign is really just a cluster screw of the highest order. But let's get to the claims that were made, and this is not unpredictable. We kind of knew this was coming. There's nothing new. These are the tired, old claims they're just trotting out that the Biden administration tried to use. Let's go through the first claim here, and we'll...
They're acting like a bunch of douche frat boys. Well, that's kind of the brand of the show, yeah.
rebut them one by one. That former Vice President Biden got COVID under control.
Joe got the COVID-19 pandemic under control. Remember those days?
Truth. We don't need to remember them because they're very recent, and far more COVID deaths took place under Biden than under Donald Trump. 750,000 under Biden compared to 443,000 under Trump.
Wow. He also can't keep his own COVID under control.
Right, yeah.
It's like 3 times he's been in office, 3 times in 3 years, not showing up.
He's taking Paxlovid like M&Ms.
Yes, I remember the mask mandates, the injection mandates, losing your job if you didn't get a shot. Yeah, I remember all of that. Thanks, Joe.
Hey, actually, you didn't lose your job if you got a shot. You had the option to not get a shot. You just had to be tested for COVID every few days. Because, you know, like... So you didn't infect your coworkers? That was the mandate. You weren't even mandated to get it.
Oh. Well, more deaths. So in other words, it doesn't matter what he did, and he came in at what was supposed to be the tail end of it. Yes. He came in when we, at that point, already had the mRNA injections. He came in when COVID was on a downtrend, and there were still more deaths overall under Biden than Donald Trump. Assuming you believe the death totals and take them at face value, I understand that's another conversation. Here's another truth. They not only had a higher death toll, but Democrats, Biden, extended the lockdowns and killed the economy. And
well, they had a higher death toll because they had more time with COVID around. Like, obviously, it's going to be a higher death toll.
Just to be clear, when people become incredibly poor, when people lose their businesses, when people aren't able to heat or cool their houses, people die. People also kill themselves. People have a mental health crisis. There were 200,000 businesses permanently closed. Wars have been fought over less, just to be clear. Today, your business is closed, so we think, oh, a business. Just picture that as your plot of land, your 50, your 100 acres back in the day, and someone coming in and taking it from you by force. People fought. We've kind of removed ourselves from that. Inflation, by the way, including food and energy, it's up 20% since former Vice President Biden took office. So more deaths, more businesses shut down, worse inflation. It's a four-decade high.
I wonder what made the inflation so bad. I wonder if we had any intellectual curiosity about this topic whatsoever, if it might, I don't know, be explicable.
Let's go to another claim from former. Have I addressed it?
Also, yeah, by the way, inflation's down now. It got under control. We're actually like going back to like a normal rate of inflation.
Yeah, I think that's pretty addressed.
Okay, I saw you doing this, Toolman. Is there something you were like, what?
No.
What?
That's
you were going, what?
Nothing yet.
He was still holding up the inflation.
Yeah, so I didn't know what he was doing.
Heavier. He used to be up here.
He's dancing.
Yeah, okay, that's gross.
No, that's gross.
No, that's hot. That is hot. That's one heel for me.
Tell that to Willie Brown. I
really, really hate this man.
love his defense. She was sleeping with him. They're like, "Are you having an affair with Kamala?" He's like, "Sounds like me. I got lots of side pieces. What you want?
I sleep with lots of bitches."
Yeah, he didn't even deny.
Man, any excuse to pull out your African American voice.
He was like, I don't know. She's one of many.
He just winks.
I mean, I didn't say she's like my favorite. So the claim that she makes here is that former Vice President Biden, and we knew they would make this, it's Bidenomics again, he created 15 million jobs.
He has created more than 15 million new jobs. He brought together Republicans and Democrats and passed historic legislation.
So here's the truth. Keyword there being new jobs, because 2/3 of the 15 million jobs were actually just jobs recovered from the pandemic. Of course, not including the 200,000 businesses and the jobs lost therein. So 2/3 of them were recovered from the COVID pandemic. Now, here's what's so scary, is that all net new jobs created under Biden went to foreign-born workers. Jeez. 5 million foreign-born workers. Wow. And 25% of the new jobs are just government jobs.
Whoa, that's so crazy. Whoa.
3 times more, by the way, than President Trump. This is important to note because this is what happened with Barack Obama. When they tried to say, oh, he brought unemployment down, right? He just passed the biggest spending bills ever. Yeah. And
He just passed the biggest spending bills ever and hired. Yeah, where did that money go? Towards hiring people. Yeah, he hired people, man. It's definitely not true. That's like literally impossible. Yeah. Guys, he lies. We've watched his show so many times. He just tells lies, guys. Where do they think jobs come from? I don't know. From the job, the job stork. The job stork stops by ever so often and is like, here's your new job. Ha ha! Fuck you!
And you can consider it, okay, 70,000 new IRS employees. Are those real jobs? Are those jobs being created?
Yeah. Every dollar spent on the IRS brings back like 7, I think was the ratio. Every dollar spent on the IRS successfully reclaims like $7 at least from like a billionaire somewhere.
By the economy. No, those are people who are being installed into a job that's not needed. As a matter of fact, we need fewer IRS workers. You can just make things less efficient in the federal government and increase jobs. Hey, when they're doing road work, rather than using any type of modern machinery, use a shovel. Better yet, use a spoon. You now need 25 times the amount of people to get the job done. That is what our government does. It's called baseline budgeting. You never go back once you've increased the budget. It's not efficient. It's not a real job. They shut down businesses which lost the economy jobs that were actually taking place between 2 voluntary parties in order to inflate the size of the federal government and by force install over 70,000 new IRS employees.
But by force, install new employees. Nah, bro, they're just hiring people. They're not installing. They're hiring folks to do more of the job that agency needs to do. Like, this guy doesn't know a single goddamn shred of what he's talking about.
And as it relates to the net new jobs that weren't recovered during COVID, 5 million just went to foreign-born workers. Almost all of them. All net new jobs. Foreign-born. Why? Isn't that terrifying? And by the way, the number to compare jobs, net new jobs going to foreign-born workers from former Vice President Biden versus Donald Trump. 5,400,000. 5,400,000. Who's looking out for you? Even if you don't like either of them.
I've been told that all these jobs that foreigners are taking are jobs.
Like, imagine, guys, I'm gonna propose like a hypothetical here to help you understand how ridiculous Oh, did the CCs turn off? I'm sorry. To help you understand how ridiculous this is. This is like a time traveler, okay? Like from the 1830s. You know, wow, what magic! Why, you have lights that illuminate as if by some sort of tiny fairy sprite that has been imprisoned within. Oh my goodness, what is that? Metal beasts riding across the plains. Plains made of, it appears to be some kind of oilish substance. Why, are these the new rivers of your kind? Wow! Man, humanity has really come very far from where I was. Why, we treat all people of all races with an enlightened attitude. My goodness. Anyway, I wonder, dare say, hello, folks. He runs into the Stephen Crowder studios. I say, what are your economic policies like? And they all turn simultaneously to him and they're like, well, the immigrants are taking our gerbs. And he's like, oh, great Scott! Why, that is exactly what they were doing in my time. That's at least according to, of course, the capital class. And then he vanishes in a puff of smoke because of a time magic. But yeah, like, these are the exact same arguments used by, like, the robber barons of, like, the 1800s, when they realized people were getting a bit wise to the fact that, like, hey, maybe, black people and white people both deserve, rights as workers. Then they started introducing the propaganda that, well, the freed black people are going to take your jobs. And then it was also the Hispanic people are going to take your jobs. And it was deliberately done specifically to make all of these factions, factionalize and dislike each other instead of finding unity together and turning against the capital class to fight for rights and wages and etc. Because back then, when people fought for their rights and wages and such, they picked up guns and occupied, like, the mining town, Like, that's what happened. And it's incredible that conservative rhetoric really hasn't moved an inch past any of that, Like, they're still peddling the same lies in order to make us fight each other, in a desperate attempt to jangle the keys in a different direction.
Jobs Americans don't want to do.
Right.
Is that 5 million jobs Americans don't want to do?
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah. No.
I don't think there's that. I mean, no offense, guys. I might take one of those jobs if they're off.
Whoa.
Well,
No, I don't know how to do. I don't know how to work chips. But let's be honest, we know what they're doing.
They always, and then they say that you're the party of racism. It's like, well, they're taking the jobs because Americans won't do janitor jobs. Americans won't work the farms. Well, first off, that's not true. And second, those aren't the only jobs that foreign-born workers can work either. None of what you have just said is correct.
Yeah. Also, it bears repeating, when you let about 10 million people into the country illegally during your term, it also doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, I wonder here, do we have a new report by the CBO? I wonder, they just put it out, like, I don't know, the same day this video went out. Effects of the immigration surge on the federal budget and the economy. Huh. Well, let's see. Well, just top line here. An increase in immigration over the 2021 to 2026 period boosts federal revenues as well as mandatory spending and the interests on the debt in the CBO's baseline projections, lowering deficits on net by 0.9 trillion over the 2024 to 2034 period, meaning that approximately $90 billion per year is added to our economy by immigrants. That is the effect of this surge of immigration. The scary new thing that they're trying to hype you up against brings in $90 billion per year over the next decade, which translates to almost $1 trillion. 90 billion, by the way, that's enough to give free public university to everyone in the country. That's enough to literally change fundamentally how life works for your average American. And you only need like a fraction of that, really, to make those changes. Hey, Ms. Milena. Is it 90 or 900? It is $900 billion over 10 years, which is 90 billion per year. Does that make sense? Yes, 0.9 trillion is 900 billion. That 900 billion comes in over the course of a decade. So every year, it brings in 90 billion. There we go.
You're going to need a lot more jobs if you keep doing that.
Yep, that's a good point. Who's looking out for you? Okay, here's another claim that she makes. This one's a little bit more broad because
she's abroad.
They are scraping the bottom of the barrel at a certain point. So this,
dude, you're saying this, and there's a sex doll with Kamala Harris's face printed on it, like literally in the shot. Like you can see her hair right here with a gun pointed towards it, by the way. Just as an aside, there is a gun right here pointed towards her effigy's head.
This one is Joe Biden stood up for democracy.
Joe has stood up for democracy at home, and he has stood up for democracy abroad, and he has always stood up for what he believes is right.
Sometimes.
Sorry, I thought there was more to that point. I thought I had time to take a sip.
No, there's nothing.
Here's the truth. No.
Oh.
Joe Biden's a tyrant. He's I would say, certainly more of a tyrant than the man they've accused of being a tyrant. He weaponized the Justice Department.
Mm-hmm.
His administration colluded with big tech to completely censor speech, which now has been proven correct. Keep in mind, some of that speech was regarding the mRNA vaccines. Some of that speech was regarding the idea that COVID could have leaked from a lab. The administration, the White House, colluded with Google, YouTube, Facebook, big tech, to remove that speech. He unilaterally forgave student loans, and he even admitted that a lot of his policies were in flagrant violation of the Constitution, but he did it anyway.
Citations actually needed on those. You can't just like show these in quick. You know, I do a live stream. You know, he's doing a live stream right now. There's no reason he couldn't show you the primary sources on screen unless he was misrepresenting them, which is kind of his thing.
The bulk of the constitutional scholarship says that it's not likely to pass constitutional muster. But at a minimum, by the time it gets litigated, we'll probably give some additional time while we're getting that $45 billion out to people who are, in fact, behind in the rent.
I'm going to miss the value of a demented old circus monkey saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, I know. Never has our job been easier. We didn't have to do any investigative research. He just says it.
Yeah.
Like, that's on camera.
Like, usually we have to say, this is unconstitutional, and they are, but he's just like, yeah, it's unconstitutional.
I'm trying to think of jokes. Like, what kind of crazy thing would he say? He said it.
He just did it.
Damn.
He just said it.
All right, I guess I got to come up with something crazy.
This is real. And by the way, the government didn't just censor speech. The government went to the Supreme Court to argue so that they could continue to censor speech.
Yes.
Like, they didn't just do it and hide it and hope they didn't get caught. When they got caught, they fought to keep doing it.
Hey, he fought for democracy.
No.
He fought for democracy by
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm rapidly approaching my tolerance for this. We've gotten through 20 minutes of this. I think I have to be done. I can't handle it. I can't handle like the willful misinterpreting of his speech. Honestly, I should have. I should have turned it off when we hit the sex doll. How long until he dresses up as Kamala? Give it until he'll do it for Halloween. Dollars to donuts, guys. I bet Steven Crowder dresses up as Kamala Harris for Halloween. I think that by the time we hit Halloween, Steven Crowder is going to be like calling Kamala Harris a secret transgender woman. Like I think that is what is going to happen. I think he's going to go blackface and all. He has no reason, like he's not part of like a network or anything at this point. I think he's going to do a blackface Kamala Harris costume for Halloween. I'm calling it now. I'm sticking my flag in the muck. That's where we're at. Oh, God. Here.
It's a beautiful.
Here's another one. Let's try this out. Was Karl Marx a Satanist? Do tell us, Jordy Peterson.
We don't know why he turned to atheism. These poems that he wrote that were pans to Mephistopheles, is that after he becomes an atheist?
No, he's writing. So the first one was 1837. Wrote another in 1841. He wrote a bunch of them.
Right.
He did just a chilling play called Ulanem.
Yes.
Oulanem. And people that are watching this, if they now type into their computer Ulanem, even in Google, it'll pop up, play by Karl Marx.
Yeah.
It even has a Wikipedia entry.
Damn, that's crazy, bro. So he wrote a play, huh? Just out of curiosity, are we trying to say Faust was established and written by demons as well, or is this just when Karl Marx does it?
And let me warn people, you might not want to do this, but if you click the images button, you will see, there's some satanic stuff up there from like, not heavy metal, but like black metal groups.
Oh,
so
black metal
Ulanem
groups.
is an anagram for Emmanuel or Emmanuello.
Right.
So
right.
Marx takes Emmanuel, which is the name given to Christ, or Manuelo, and he flips it into this anagram called Ulanem. And it's this chilling play. The main character is Lucindo, Lucindo, and you just can't believe what you're reading.
Why? What are you reading? What makes it so bad though? Like you need to establish this for us. What makes it bad? Because so far you're just like, oh man, all of this is so bad. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. It's really some donkey dick dog shit. You know, this is really just. Honestly, this is the video game nerd, but if it was made for politically brain poisoned conservatives.
With this play. So that was written later in the 1840s. So really the prime of his writing, including the decade when he wrote the Communist Manifesto, is also the same decade when he was writing these poems.
And plays.
And throughout his life, his kids and others would say, he had a favorite line always from Mephistopheles.
Right,
Everything that exists deserves to perish. So that remains a part of him throughout his life. His son, Edgar, has a letter where he addresses his father as my dear devil, which...
Whoa, my dear devil? No way. Oh my God. Open and shut case of demonness. That's right. No way someone could talk about demons and it not be full on satanic, bro. Yeah, that's right. I played D&D one time. I was possessed. They're just making Karl Marx sound like you're the cool D&D friend who DM'd for you one time. and now you'll never forget. What the fuck are they actually talking about? They're talking about the fact that Karl Marx wrote a play. That Karl Marx wrote a play in which he talks about demons. That's it. That's it.
I don't know. Maybe it's playful. I don't know.
Yeah.
Although I would never,
Maybe it's playful. I don't know. I can't quite figure it out. Is this play playful? It's literally called a play.
Call my dad my dear devil. His wife called him my wicked knave. I quote Henry.
Yeah, like how some parents call their children, like, you little scamp. Like, yeah.
Heinzen, referring to him as a goblin, who tried to take me under.
Yeah, no one would ever call their kids something like goblin, gremlin. Like that, compare them to storms. They're literally, Zero, that's 100% correct. They're literally trying to demonize Karl Marx. Literally in this sense. Why can't I give Spitfire a sub? I don't know. Other people have run into this issue as well.
His spell, other cases of where he's using that kind of language. When Engels first met him, he describes him as this dark man from Trier, who hops and leaps and springs on his heels. The monster of 10,000 devils, he describes him.
Oh my God.
And the letter from his father is, which was written in 1837, a year before his father.
Yeah, no one writing at that time would ever use like visually evocative language in order to convey their descriptions of people. Yeah, be sure not to read anything written around those times. Because that's just how they wrote. Anyone ever read Dickens? Charles Dickens? I don't know, you might be pretty surprised by how he described things. Was he also a demon? Oh wait, of course he was also a demon. Yeah, they think all art and artists are demons.
Father died. So his father writes to him, March 2nd, 1837. Karl, at times my heart delights in thinking of you and your fortune, and yet at times I cannot rid myself of ideas which arouse in me sad forebodings and fear when I am struck as if by lightning by the thought, is your heart in accord with your head, your talents? Has it room for the earthly but gentler sentiments which in this veil of sorrow, it's a beautiful letter in many ways, are essentially consoling for a man of feeling? And then this question from the father of Karl Marx to his at this point, 18-year-old son. And since that heart, Karl, is obviously animated and governed by a demon, not granted to all men, is that demon heavenly or Faustian? Will you ever, and that is not the least painful doubt of my heart, will you ever be capable of truly human domestic happiness?
Oh my God.
Will, and this doubt has no less tortured me since I have come to love a certain person like my own child. Will you ever be capable of imparting happiness to those immediately around you? By the way, the answer was no, right?
Well,
but that
obviously
phrase,
the father
and
had
since-
intimations of that.
Yeah, and since that heart is obviously animated and governed by a demon not granted to all men, is that demon heavenly or Faustian?
Right,
That's his dad.
Yeah.
And there's only so many of those things I think that a sympathetic
That is his dad.
Marxist or Marxist biographer can shrug off. I mean, there's just so many statements like that from him and people about him and people who knew him and loved ones and a wife, a son, a best friend from Engels, and then the different writings. Whew.
Okay, so let's attack this.
Now, was he a Satanist, right?
Well,
that is a whole different thing that I can't.
That's a whole different thing that I can't in good conscience answer because I'm really pulling all of this out of my ass right now. Like, just all of it was stuck up in that ass. Also, I love, again, Jordan Peterson does this all the time. Jordan Peterson does this, where he'll be like, yes, but what does the mean? What does love mean? What does, what does each of these little words in the larger statement mean? Which is fine. I actually like that. But the issue is he does it for very straightforward questions like, do you believe in God? You know? And meanwhile, this guy will be like, yeah, so Karl Marx wrote a play and it had a demon in it, and then Jordan Peterson's like, clearly demonic, clearly satanic. And suddenly there's none of breaking down the nitty-gritty when it's like something that is what do you mean by rats?
Personally answer.
Well, it seems not unreasonable to presuppose that he was a devotee of the Mephistophelian ethos.
Yeah, I think that's...
Well, he did write about demons in a play, so clearly he's a devotee of the Mephistopheles himself. Like, okay, all right. Oh, God.
Right. So
really
the question is, what constitutes a Satanist? Well, someone who generates a murderous doctrine, that raises questions. I mean, dead serious about that. Like,
right.
The most murderous doctrine ever promoted in the roughly Judeo-Christian context by a large margin. So I would say it's incumbent on those who would defend him to describe why we wouldn't just assume that. But the part of the reason that I was so interested in talking to you was because I felt that what you documented in your book was extraordinarily telling from the psychological perspective, because I know how these things work. And it is not something that can be overlooked, that was his favorite quote.
Right.
I mean, especially not when you understand Goethe's centrality in the German intellectual tradition. That's like having a favorite quote from Shakespeare, right? And it's not any old quote. It's the central credo of Mephistopheles. So that's extraordinarily telling. Now, I do have another...
Can I give you a...
Yes.
So Robert Payne, the very serious academic, no right-winger, British man of letters, the guy who really broke this first in his 1968 biography of Marx, all right? His chapter where he talks about this stuff is called The Demons, in his Marx biography. Now, he wrote this, and I'm not saying that I endorse this. As an academic, I can't say if this is correct. There were
there's an awful lot of hedging of bets here. There's an awful lot of hedged bets here where they're like, I can't say this as an academic, but I am going to say it anyway based on no evidence whatsoever. Like, it's pretty incredible.
Times when Marx seemed to be possessed by demons.
I can't say this for certain, but I do think some eldritch entities entered into his person. Okay, I can't say that for certain, but I do think, based on his writings, there were a few demons involved. He turns around, like, his iPad, and there's just, like, a picture of, like, slutty nuns on it that were drawn by Karl Marx. This is my supporting evidence. He once went into a convent and, well, it seems to be that, he learned something of the devil there.
That's what Payne wrote. And now this I would at least more endorse. Marx had the devil's view of the world and the devil's malignity. Sometimes he seemed to know that he was accomplishing works of evil. I think that gets closer to it. Now, Pastor Richard Wurmbrand, who wrote the famous book Tortured for Christ, and was tortured for Christ in Romanian prisons by communist captors who were shouting, "I am the devil," while they were torturing him. He did a book called Marx and Satan. He's convinced that Marx was a Satanist and did some things ritualistically that it might have even been satanic. But I can't say that. I can't endorse that.
But you see evidence of that in his play.
I've never
right.
seen,
in terms of at least his
right.
fantasies.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
In fact, Payne even goes so far as to say, Vladimir Lenin, right? There's a statement from Lenin which said, when I was a teen, I broke from all religion. I took the cross from my neck and I threw it in the rubbish bin. And Payne has a quote where, not Payne, Richard Wurmbrand, where I think he believes that Lenin even stomped on it. He says, well, that's a satanic ritual. I don't know. I don't know that it is or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be full of shit on this one. I don't know, but I might not be. And really, when you stomp on something, it might be a satanic ritual. Okay, I'm not saying it is, but it could be. This is literally an Always Sunny in Philadelphia sketch. This is literally like a Mac and Charlie conversation, but they're LARPing as actual academics. Like, you could just hear Charlie Day going, well, I don't know, Mac. I just people stop on things and summon demons. I don't know. Like, it's a thing people do. All right, they do that. All right, I saw a shadow once after my uncle did it. And meanwhile, Mac is like, well, that sounds about right. Demons do look like shadows, Charlie. We know that from the book of Job. And he who sees shadows move is gifted by God to see demons. Yeah, of course. And then it escalates from there somehow. It just is. This just is an Always Sunny in Philadelphia sketch.
But there's another case of Lenin who at least did the work of the devil. I mean, Lenin had, according to Robert Conquest, W.H. Chamberlain, the first historian of the Russian Revolution, 500,000 people were killed from 1917 to 1923 under Lenin, not even including the Russian Civil War. If that's not the devil's work, I don't know what the hell is, right? But I think what Payne said in the latter quote, the devil's view of the world, the devil's malignity, and at the very least, this identification with kind of devilish-like destruction, right? Tearing everything down, rebelling against the world, everything that exists deserves to perish. That at least, and then the ideology that he created that just happened to be responsible for the deaths of over 100 million people in the 20th century, more than World War I and World War II combined. So that ideology was pretty hellacious.
Yeah, to say the least. Okay, so, and I think it's very naive not to assume that the events that we described in Marx's life are not connected, right?
Yeah,
right.
Correct.
And that his economic polemics were somehow independent of his poetic imagination. It's like, obviously they weren't, because they wouldn't have had that motivational force. So they were calling on dark forces, obviously. So, because otherwise they wouldn't have compelled people in that manner, especially not toward that sort of immense sadistic murderousness and utter destructiveness.
And of course, get to the hatred of God, which all the communists did. So all the communists thereafter seek to ban religion.
Right. Atheists.
That's
right.
right.
They're not exactly atheists because they're trying to stomp something out.
That's right. It's not a
neutrality.
That's right. It's not a neutrality toward religion. It's not irreligion. It's not separation of church and state. It is militant, aggressive atheism. Trotsky and Lenin create the League of the Militant Godless.
Right.
They ban religion.
Well, keep in mind also at this time, Lenin and Trotsky were very skeptical of the church, largely as a result of the fact that, the church held a lot of money, influence, and power with the Tsar. It does make sense why, in their context, they would be skeptical of the church. Was outlawing all religion bad? Yeah, it was. But, also, atheism isn't necessarily a core component of what they were doing. And again, not here to defend them.
They have the Moscow church trials. They blow up churches. They jail priests, right? The Solzhenitsyn writes in the Gulag Archipelago, they put nuns in special sections of the Gulag with prostitutes.
Yes, right.
Deem them whores
yes,
to Christ.
absolutely.
Lenin said, all worship of a divinity is a necrophilia. There is nothing more abominable than religion.
Yeah.
So they don't just try to stop religion. They want Pol Pot, the Buddhist monks in Cambodia, to renounce their vows, to marry. It's not enough for them to be quiet. And so after 4 years...
I don't know how you can separate a militantly anti-religious atheism from, especially, say, within a Christian context, from something approximating satanic ideology. Because I don't see how...
How? Like, how is this difficult for you?
I don't see how conceptually that separation is possible. It's one thing to be atheist in the manner that leaves people to go to hell in a handbasket in their own way, but to be actually an enemy of the religious enterprise, that's a whole different thing.
It is.
So, and that obviously Marx and the communists were obviously that, clearly, obviously.
And Satan might say,
no,
I don't care if you believe in me or not, you're doing my work, man. I mean, you're shutting down churches, blowing up churches.
That also touches on the issue of what it means to believe, right? And I mean, you could imagine someone comparatively harmless who toys with ritualistic satanic activities in a sort of dramatic manner. And then you could imagine someone who tortures nuns and priests and burns down churches, but forgoes any...
much like Marx did. He was all about the torturing nuns and priests thing. Yeah, of course.
Technical affiliation with Satan. I would say that the latter is the Satanist in a much deeper sense than the former. Not that what the former is doing is excusable.
Or at least satanic.
Yes, right. But to do what the communists did to the religious enterprise is evidence of something far more militant than a mere atheism.
Oh, God. Okay. I gotta say, I have no idea what religious affiliation Marx had, but something tells me that they weren't really on the right track, at the very least with their reasoning to arrive at their conclusion. Like, again, this is Jordan Peterson works at the Daily Wire now. You know, under Ben Shapiro, the facts over feelings guy. You know, facts don't care about your feelings. And like, all Jordan Peterson really kind of operates on is vibes. And like, even his guests just operate on vibes. What a sad, strange little man, right? It is, it's just weird. Also, holy damn, my boobs look good in this shirt. Damn. Okay. I need to wear this more often, I think. But anyway, if you are conservative and you watch this shit, like, the thought process laid out here doesn't bring you to a conclusion. And like, they're trying to lead you to a given conclusion, but the thought process provided is just nonsense. And it's just supposed to spread the impression of something. It's the, you know, this is the equivalent of when like one of those super fancy restaurants comes up and like open, you know, they take the covering off the food and it's just like a small glass full of smoke and you're supposed to like sniff it, and that's like one of the courses of the of the night. That's what this is. It's a circle jerk that just results in like puffs of nothing. As a Canadian, I have to apologize for a former professor, former psychologist, Jordan Peterson, and you have to apologize for Steven Crowder. You're not off the hook for that one either. But folks, we've been going now for the past 5.5 hours. If you've been enjoying stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, you silly little billies. And please consider dropping some subs, donos, memberships, etc. Because that's ultimately what allows me to make this show. This show is only possible by viewers, with viewers like you. So thank you to anyone who supports the stream and donates subs, memberships, etc. And also thank you to those of you who are here to watch and have been with me since the beginning and continue to help the channel grow. I really, really appreciate it. Crowder's one of yours? Yep. Only positive contribution to society is voice acting Brain in the Arthur television show. How we doing? How we doing, my little booblés? Well, folks, I am sleepy as hell, and it's 2:30 in the morning. You're playing Elden Ring. Excellent, OS Crane. Excellent. I think I'm going to call it a night. I need to eat some food and just pass the fuck out. But thanks for being here, folks. You're pleasantly bronzed? That's because I got really sunburned like a week ago, and now it's finally like faded into just being like skin tone. Good night. I might stream a film in the Discord just while I wind down from a stream. So if anyone wants to join me, I don't know what kind of movie yet, but hey, if you'd like to join, that's where I will be for a bit. Good night, everyone. And again, shout out to Dead Domain for doing an amazing fundraiser stream. I heard it did really, really well. And y'all should go follow Dead Domain. They're amazing, wonderful, and cool as hell. And yeah, I don't know. Come hang out if you want to watch Morbies or whatever. But well, first we need to raid. We need to raid into. Who are we raiding into? Proudly Radical. Oh, looks like Proudly Radical is going over a video of what's his butt. We'll raid in there. Love them so much. Hell yeah. Good night, everybody.